Good morning, everybody. Give me 1 second. Good morning, everybody. Today is September 17th, 2025. We are live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we'll do on this live stream is best analyze into the stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, pivot point analysis, trend analysis, fundamental analysis, and more. Time is 9:29 on the board. A quick legal disclaimer: please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for education and entertainment purposes only. Time is 9:30. The market opened. We are at the previous day 4 p.m. close of Monday and Tuesday open. All right, the market dipped below overnight, and we are back at where we opened. Nikkei has reverted all the way and has squeezed. The U.S. markets has dropped overnight and is pushing north. Time is 9:30. Right. God damn. One hell of a theta squeeze as well on everything. 9:30, 9:30. Wind direction is trying north. Market just opened 1 minute ago. SPX is at 6610. Okay, 6610. The IV is through the roof still. That is the only thing that is keeping my puts alive right now as well. The implied volatility is fucking crazy high. Right, that's the only thing that's keeping my puts alive right now. I'm at 0 DTE. And puts are losing. Time is 9:30. Right. I thought it would be way lower than it is now, but the only thing keeping all my puts alive is the fucking 17% implied volatility, which is crazy high. High today, 9:30 as well. Alright, if they opened below where they went overnight, I would have been in good profit opening, but right now it is literally the same price as yesterday close. Time is 9:35. In 5 seconds. QQQ breaking the floor into 9:35. Made a 1 minute gap and is covering the gap instantly. SPY is at the roof, 9:35. Going south, trying morning cycle. Time is 9:35. Good morning, everybody. We have 52 people coming in. Market just opened 3 minutes ago. Good morning, Don. Good morning, Osama. Good morning, Holmes. Good morning, Zach, Captain, Don, Chris, and people in the WhatsApp group. Okay, market just opened. The implied volatility is through the roof. Not going anywhere yet. Wind direction is mixed on SPY. Wind direction is south slightly on QQQ. Time is 9:34. QQQ candles coming in, jumpy, scary. Alright, that thing could revert at any moment. This is scary. We were at the middle on SPY. 9:35 evaluating. 9:35 going through the floor. QQQ is slightly more bearish than not. You do remember this is morning cycles, so you know if you go on one of these huge red candles, you could get reverted on in a minute. So do realize that. If somebody went at 9:30, right, they could have left in 3 minutes. If somebody went at 9:31, they could have left in 2-3 minutes. But like you do have to realize if you chase now, you could get chopped up. Let's see. 9:34 signifying 9:35 low. Morning cycle. 9:35 bouncing on SPY. Testing the roof, trying at 9:35. SPX is at 6611. The volatility index is at 16. It got crushed from yesterday, is at 16 now. $9.35. $9.35 in the middle. Tesla is at 413. Nvidia 171 going lower. Market is heading lower. QQQ wants to go lower right now. Time is 9:35. I have no idea if they're going to stop at 9:35, but I mean that's what Tesla and Nvidia is also showing right now as well. Tech is headed lower. Time is 9:36. 9:40 in 16 seconds. Okay. 9:40 in 16 seconds. Sorry, 9:40 in 50 seconds. Sorry, 9:40 right now. Time is 9:40 right now. 9:35 rejected into 9:40. This is bearish. 9:40 rejected into 9:40 right now. 9:40 is here. 9:40 is testing the floor on SPY. 9:40 is at the floor on QQQ. Floor hope trap or what? Alright, the candle is deciding at 9:37, signifying 9:40. So 9:40 is deciding what to do with these people trapped. With these people trapped at the floor. Deciding what to do. Whether to trap bears real quick here or whether to push down and trap bulls. Trapping bulls, they're going south. Time is 9:40. I have no idea if the LOD about to break right now, but if this truly breaks, is wind direction south for a little bit, or showing officially. QQQ going continuously lower. And bear trap trying. Off of 9:37, bounce trying showing. On SPY. We are at 660, above yesterday's close. QQQ bounce trying off the floor, 9:37. SPY bounce trying off the floor, 9:37. They're not going yet on SPY. QQQ. Wow, that's a crazy chop in the morning. That's a crazy chop in the morning. Just go down, goddammit. Come on. God damn. I can't believe my puts opened literally at the same price of yesterday closed. That is fucking unbelievable. I was scared in the pre-market. I thought I was going to get dragged down 30-40% too into the open, but literally it's the same price because of the environment. Because of today being today. Right, just go lower, make everybody bearish, and then bounce like fucking nothing in FOMC. Come on. Come on, dude. Come on. Right, please. Time is 9:40. 9:40. QQQ is going and SPY is not. QQQ is going and SPY is not. Shit is wild. There's not a lot of people going short. There's not a lot of people going long here. It has to be. Unless they're tempting people to go long. I don't know. Tempting people to go short. Time is 9:40. 9:40 is testing the 9:44. 2 minutes later. 9:37, 9:39. Just bust down. Bust down. Come on. The 30-minute says you could do whatever. The 1 hour. The 4 hour. The 4 hour could be grabbing liquidity here, or it could be trapping everybody. Again, bear side. 9:40. Bust down Tatiana. Floor is breaking. Alright, wind direction is south. 9:40. Wind direction is south officially on SPY and QQQ. Now they're both going together. They're going to go for a couple of minutes. Guaranteed money. Right? Or it could be bear trap too. I don't know. I'm thinking it's guaranteed money now, but I mean, let's see. The wind direction is officially south. Gap is filled. 9:40 this is. 9:40 bounce strike. Off the floor. After it just created the floor. Come on. Slow as hell. Morning cycle. Slow. I need something big here. Like a $5 drop and I'm fucking out. Come on. I'll be even happy with a $2.5 drop on SPY. I'll be in massive profits, but then come on, man. I'll literally leave at 659. Sorry, 657.5. I don't even give a damn. 657.5 in this environment, I'll be in massive profits. Right? I'm not even gonna wait for 655. If people are fucking waiting for that, that's fucking nuts. Right, but if they do go lower today, wind direction is south. Time is 9:40. 9:41 is trying to bounce. QQQ wants to go lower right now. Come on. Come on. $9.42 is busting through the floor. It needs to close and go. We are at 595, 659. Come on. 9:42. $9.40 bounce strike. I don't even know what this line is. I'm gonna draw the pre-market at 9:30 and 4 p.m. on QQQ, so 9:45. God damn, it's hard to make money out here. Right, 659.81. They need to detach away from the 4 p.m. Like, I need a detached candle, but the candles are sticking at the 4 p.m. close. 9:45 made a LOD just now. There's a divergence at the floor too. there's a divergence at the floor. Either there's a big ass bear trap here, or they're about to dump this shit like nothing. They're dumping this shit like nothing. Come on, candle detached. 35-second candle closes. Come on. Time is 9:45. Oh my. Try to go back up. Went back up. That is not a detached candle. God damn it. Fighting for its life. 9:45. Oh yeah, I'm in profits now. Premiums are fucking dirty expensive. Intrinsic implied volatility is fucking through the roof right now, and they're going through the floor right now. Okay, they're going through the floor right now, guys. This is bearish right now. I'm telling you guys, this is bearish. I said this is guaranteed money somewhere up here, right? And this is bearish. 9:45. I don't know how fucking much more guaranteed, but I'm gonna leave at 657.5. Almost half of them. Like at this point, if they're doing this shit, at this point, if they're doing this shit, I could see it. Right, I really thought we were gonna bounce like crazy and go high today, but at least we're pulling back off of open. $9:45 time is breaking through the floor. That is a detached candle. We'll see what happens with this. 9:45 deciding into 9:50. God damn. 4 p.m. close being tested. This shit could revert big time here. I don't know. I'm scared too, honestly. I need this thing to go, but I'm straight up hoping right now with probably half the world, so. Time is 9:50 in 3 seconds. Wow, 9:45 bouncing crazy, 9:50. Now, the bounces here. Morning cycles are bouncing off the 9:40 floor. Now it's scary. We are VWAP. Alright, there might be a massive bear trap trying. I'm low-key doing one of the most riskiest shit I've done this year, so 9:45 bouncing into 9:50. MACD is dying bearish. Alright, the bulls are coming in strong to squeeze. The Nikkei literally went so, right, tested the low and then bounced up and then went to basically the highs again. Right, it rallied like 350 points from the bottom, so that is what it is showing, 950. 70, 60 cents. There might be a lot of buyers stepping in here to trap all of this now too. The environment would allow it, but I mean, if something has changed, then they're going to be used too. Time is 9:50. Testing the roof. We are at the 28 EMA on QQQ. We are above the VWAP at the roof. Cycling. QQQ pushing. HOD is literally testing that fast. Alright. They might even bust through the roof. They might even. In 5 minutes, that is super fast. $6,611 SPX. Man, we started to chop like literally yesterday and the day before here again. Let's go look at SPX. SPX has opened where we closed yesterday. We dipped below the 9:30 open on Monday, and we are back above it. We are at the trend line that we broke down from yesterday, basically. Okay. The 30-minute candle, 30-minute MACD, the 1 hour. Literally the same thing that Nikkei did, squeezing. The Nikkei went all the way up here, though. That's what the Nikkei did. The 4 hour coming in like that. It is doing almost the same thing as Nikkei. It visited the support and then reverted up. But Nikkei reverted up and then went bullish into the day. So really trying. 952. HOD broke. It's the same thing happening. Okay, showing 660.55. Yeah, high today being broken. Wind direction is now showing north. This thing really trying to revert north. Time is 9:55. Now it wants to run north. It just broke the HOD, so it could for a little bit as well. Alright, the VIX is getting crushed through this. Or the VIX went up and then it's getting crushed through this off of 950. SPX is at 6613. Truly, 3 days in a row we holding this shit up. 955. Truly. Alright, deciding what to do at the roof. No confirmation shorting. We just made a roof. Cycle happening. The candle switched at the last 20 seconds, right? Last 10 seconds, and then the next candle came, so that is hilarious. That could be a bull trap now, too. We're at the middle. Bulls and bears are both deciding. They don't know yet. We don't know yet. 955 creating an algo range in 1 minute. 955 created an algo range in 1 candle. Ten is here in 16 seconds. They are trying the bottom of the algo range. We are at VWAP. Time is not even 10. They're going lower. This is not an algo range, or this is an algo range. This is not an algo range. This is going lower. They're going lower into 10. This could be an algo range. I don't know. Right? Now time is 10. We'll truly find out in this candle. Basically, we're about to find out in this candle or not. Right? The same single 955 created an algo range. 955 broke down, came back, and 10 a.m. is here. So if 10 a.m. breaks this, we're going lower, or it could be falsed out too. Time is 10 on QQQ. Looks like a bull trap to me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna say what I see. But I mean, this thing could also be bear trap too. So we made a HOD in 5 minutes, popped up super fast, and then popped down. We are testing the floor. I think the FOMC meeting is exactly 2 p.m. Time is 10. Bear stuck, bull stuck. Powell speeches too. We are at the bottom underneath the algo range. Wind direction is still south on QQQ. Wind direction just reverted north for 5 minutes on SPY. You do the calculations. Right, either SPY is wrong here or QQQ is wrong here. Bouncing at the 4 p.m. close from yesterday trying. Algo range might be being used here. Here says high today was the middle of yesterday's high today and today's pre-market low. Good observation, brother. We going lower right now, brother. Time is 10. The bulls are trapped. They about to bust down through the floor right now. I can feel it. Right, things are getting tingly. I'm getting euphoric. And I'm also getting fearful. We are at the previous day 4 p.m. close. Right, puts are getting spiked up. Puts are getting spiked up as we speak. Alright, let's see if there's a floor hope trap here or a floor breakthrough at 10. Everybody do a pull right now. Are we about to break the floor? Are we about to go back up VWAP? Okay. VWAP is the Algo range. Everybody do a pull right now. Okay. What is next? LOD or VWAP? Full sent in the WhatsApp group. People just type in the YouTube chat. Time is 10:01. Just vote whatever you think. Say whatever you think. Someone said AB equals CD. What the hell? What the hell are you talking about? LOD breaking right now, folks. LOD breaking right now. The wind direction is south on QQQ. Trying. This is the floor hope trap test though right now. This is the floor hope trap test right now. This could be a best safe exit right now. LOD broke. LOD broke. LOD broke. Wind direction south. They're about to go. They're about to go to town. The bears are coming to town on QQQ. SPY, we need one more candle. It is not doing it. Oh, we broke it. We broke the floor. Yeah, we broke the floor by 1 cent here. So the roof just broke. The floor just broke after the roof just set 5 minutes ago. Okay, wind direction is south. Come on, it's now or never, no? Come on. It's now or never here. Time is 10:02. And the time is now. I'm up crazy now. Alright, things are going up. Come on. Time is 10. Ten made a floor. Bounce trying at 10. Huge red candle, right? Huge red candles. Could be best safe exit. Huge red candles made a new LOD. Bull trap this cycle. Right, there's no confirmations along here yet. That's the truth. That's the truth. QQQ. Trying more than SPY. Previous day 4 p.m. close. We are below. Time is 10:05. Time is 10:05. I just need fucking 576, please. Like, fuck me. 576.5. It's 577.5. Sorry. What am I saying? Time is 10:05. 10:05. Rejection trying. MACD still bearish trying. QQQ has slowed down. We're making people bearish into FOMC. That's my deduction. We are making people into bearish into FOMC, and there's going to be a crap ton of bears into 2 p.m. That's what I think. I thought they were going to do it with pre-market, but they're doing it intraday. VIX is flying now, 16.32, making a head and shoulders from September 16th. Come on, just bust down the floor. Break 6603 and we're going down right now. If we break right now, we're going down crazy. I'm telling you guys right now, if we break this level at 659.40, we're going to fly down crazy, but like it's just not doing it. Right now it's doing it. Now it might actually do it. If we break this level, SPX is going to go down nuts. I'm telling you right now, folks. Time is 10:06. We are at 6,602. We broke yesterday's low. Right, in a slow ass downward trend line. Slow ass downward trend line. Big ass. Right, time is 10:06, 10:05. Time is 10:05. 10:05, 10:05, 10:05 rejecting into 10:10. Rejection coming. They're going lower into 10:10. Looks like. The risk is 10,000. Okay, if this shit reverts in 1 minute, don't hate me. Okay, if this shit reverts in 1 minute, don't hate me, guys. I don't fucking know. I'm sorry. Time is 10:10. I apologize now. Alright, time is 10:10. In 5 seconds. We are at 6,601. SPX is going lower. Trying. Time is 10:10 now. 10:05 is creating an algo range and is bouncing. 10:05. Alright, bouncing. 10:05 algo range. Algo range. Algo range. Alright, the big boys are at play now. The big boys are at play. There is no stop loss in Robinhood. Stop losses are not good for you. You need to just learn how to manually do things. This is why I say it starts in the mental mindset. Stop losses are an excuse for the weak. And they don't even follow that shit. All that shit does is hurt you. And all you do is more hope on that basically too. Like an indicator. Like, oh, a stop loss is gonna make me from making better deductions. No, no, it's not. You're just gonna go in more. It's just literally, if you go in one or two or three times a day, and then you selectively do it, and you do that, 100% it works. But if you just go in and in and in and in and in, and you stop loss to be like, oh, I'm gonna make money or lose, you're gonna lose. That is just the truth. Always beat. Time is 10:09. But also not having a stop loss and then not having any sort of management also sucks too. So there is a pro and a con, but right, you can't use an indicator or price level or stop loss as an excuse. That is something that is dangerous. People overlook things very easily. 10-10. 10-10, rejecting into 10-10. Deciding what to do in the algo range. Shit is bouncing. They're making it so goddamn hard. I want to sell slowly, right? But they're slowly about to do it, and I'm just fucking waiting here. Right? The thing could revert, but I'm really thinking they're gonna do it at some point or another into 11 or 12. But like, it's taking so damn long now. Things are slowed. 6,601 we are at on SPX. Okay, I'm gonna start leaving slowly and slowly. Okay, at 6,620s are at 6.5k now, and I bought it for 5.2k. I still need like $1 or $2 more for like a lot of profit, but like, yeah, what the fuck? Just call it. I haven't left a single shit. I haven't left anything. Ten 10:15 is here. Six oh one. It's new LOD by 1 cent. This is the new LOD. So what's that? I guess I gotta sell all my CSGO skins and go all in. All in on what though? You about to lose all your CSGO value in one trade? No, I'm kidding. 10-10 bouncing into 10-15, man. Bought out the CSGO skins. That's how you know we down bad out here. CSGO skins. Uh, Just made a new LOD into 1015. It's a lot of bears stacking at the floor. Alright. Whether they bounce this thing or they're about to break through or not. There's a lot of bears here now. Right, 1015 is bouncing on QQQ at least into creating some sort of flag here. SPY looking crazy bad. Maybe making people bearish down here before even. Can't go much lower. Showing. Man. Do I run here is the question. QQQ reverting. SPY reverting, trying. LOD is at 10 and 1015 respectively. Barely read SPXs. We have 124 people here. Let's get the likes up. We have 20. We have 36 likes. We are testing the floor again on SPY. We are busting through the floor right now. We are breaking through the floor right now. SPX is at 6,600. Just go. Come on. Please. Time is now. Alright. 10:16. We're going now. Finally. Time is 10:16 and they're finally going now. Alright. 10:20 is here in 19 seconds. There's no confirmation to go along yet. They're just going lower. $10.20 floor. Let's go look at SPX. $9.45. There's a 1 minute candle gap like crazy. There's a 1 minute gap here like fucking nothing at the top. That is fucking dangerous. Oh my god. There's a humongous gap. 1 minute gap. That is not good. There's a humongous 1 minute gap here. 9.55. High today. Do you guys see this shit? Right, they could leave that into FOMC. They could dump this shit into FOMC, and we could come back and pump it into FOMC. I'm telling you guys right now, watch out on longs here. I've gotten caught going long looking at gaps too, and then I get fucking crushed for 3 hours, and then they come back and fill it at 4 p.m. I'm like, I could have just printed 2,000% of the, like, just be careful, right? I don't know if it's gonna revert and go fill it. I don't know if they're gonna go lower. So, time is 10:20. There's a humongous 1 minute gap on SPX. That thing is gonna fill today, most likely, or tomorrow. Humongous. That is literally not normal. That's insane selling power from the top. Alright, MACD completely died on that, got shredded too. So Don says I see it in QQQ, not SPY. You don't see it on SPY, you only see it on SPX. Sometimes these intraday 1 minute gaps come on SPY, sometimes they come on SPX, and then you know what I mean? But like they're basically 1 minute intraday gaps. Time is 10:20. I'm gonna start offloading here slowly. Okay. I'm leaving my 6,620s right now for 6.5k. Like a 1.6k profit, but I'm taking my risk off because of that gap, but I'm still thinking they're about to go lower here. Right? I low-key need them to go lower here if I want all my money back in profit and be in profit. But yeah, like the 1 hour coming in bearish, right? But they're doing it in a different way. Look at the after hours bounced into today as well, and now we're selling, right? So I'm thinking this shit goes more, but there's a big ass 1 minute gap at the top. So this box has been used for 3 days though. One on Monday, 9:30 open candle. Tuesday, right, we dropped at the close like here right into it, and then after hours, and then today we dropped from it. And we are 10:20. I'm gonna leave SPX up. Let me know if you guys want to see QQQ or some shit. Okay. My 6610s, my 6615s are all in profit. I'm just waiting for more. My 6595s are not back in profit, but I just need $7 more on that, and I'll be good. 7 more SPX. Time is 10:21. 10:20 bounced. 10:20 is at the Algo range. Algo range is today being used to push lower, right, from 9:55 after we broke the HOD in 5-10 minutes, and then we broke the LOD in 10 minutes as well. Right, SPX shows us 9:54. QQQ 1 minute gap is. I don't even see a QQQ 1 minute gap. Where do you see the QQQ 1 minute gap? There is no QQQ 1 minute gap. There's only a gap on SPX right now. There's nothing on SPY, nothing on QQQ, nothing on IWM, only SPX. But sometimes these gaps pop up to make people hope on one side. And right now, the gap is being used to make people hope on calls. That moment was literally shredding the bullish moment to go lower, to dump almost. And we are right now dumping. Doesn't feel like it because we're slow dumping, right? But that's what we were doing overnight with futures, right? That's what we were doing all night, and that is what we were doing today. We're doing slow work by going a little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower, and then once everyone figures out, it's a lot lower than we were. And they're like, oh shit, we just went down $12, 15 or something dollars on SPX. Alright, slow, break the floor, right? So, slow as fuck. Here we go. Come on, break the floor now. Right. I'm just hoping they go fast and fast, but they're not going to, you know what I mean? This shit is slow as hell, and this is what they were doing overnight. You just gotta go look at futures, right? Slow. This is what it was doing up until around 7 in the morning, and then futures started reverting up right into pre-market, so into 9:30. I mean, so this is how they go down when they're at the pure top. They just slow us down. Time is 10:25, so it's scary to stay in. They don't know what's happening. People that are scalping are making no money, and you know, we're just going down slow as hell, and the implied volatility is freaking high as hell, right? And people feel like they're making no money because they aren't. If they're scalping, right? But if they're getting this whole move and they're holding that, they are. Which is crazy work, but I mean, time is 10:25. There's a divergence here on SPX and SPY. The floor is showing us 10:25. The floor is showing us 10:20 on SPX. We will see how that divergence plays out. QQQ is at 589. SPX is at 599.22. Okay, QQQ wants to go lower as well now. Time is 10:25, and they're just going slowly. 10:20 algo range created here. So we may slow down with the selling here. We may see some sort of bounce. There's a 10:20 algo range being created. We are within the algo range. 10:25 is bounce trying at 10:23. Small cycles are happening. This is abnormal cycles, abnormal cycle candles looking, but I mean, this is literally what the futures look like. Right, we were also looking kind of abnormally going up, right? Spiky, things people have never seen before, right? And this is literally just what happens. Right, the candles coming in crazy every single minute, but being dragged down lower, right? I'm scared as hell on the SPX 1 minute gap too. That's why I'm scared as hell to hold too, but you know what I mean? These are 0 DTs. I'm in fucking massively, so I gotta leave slowly. And the closer it gets to 2, I have to think that they're getting ready to revert it. So, you know, as they go down slowly, you take profits off, you let the runners run. That's what the futures players did too, and you just try to do what you can. Time is 10:25, and we are bouncing off of 10:25. 10:30 is here in 18 seconds, and QQQ is looking weak. We are at the algo range right now. QQQ is looking freaking weak. My 6.615s are up about 2.3k. I bought it for 6,800. It is at 8,600. I have 3. I have a fuck ton. I bought 6.610s for 4k and they're at 5.2k, so everything I'm holding. 6.595s are a little bit underwater on everything I'm holding. Premiums are the ones that are saving my life right now. I'm not gonna lie. We pumped up today, or we bounced back up into the open. That shit should have killed all puts. That shit should have killed all puts. But like the premiums literally opened me where I closed yesterday, which is absolutely crazy. And the VIX being kind of weird, everything being kind of weird, literally saved my life into today. And the environment, FOMC being today too. Everybody anticipating now, right? And time is fucking now, and they're going lower now on QQQ. Should save my life. I'm not gonna lie. I'm at 9k, 6.615. Right. Tesla is also going lower. Not that much, but trying. Nvidia headed lower. 169 Nvidia. Nvidia is going lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. Right. The thing opened at 173. We are at 169 on Nvidia. The thing is dumping almost. SPX 6,599. Right, going to 6,582. Just slow as fuck. That's crazy. 20 points lower, crazy, but I mean, it's going low, slow. right? It's been going low slow all day, so it's been going low slow all fucking day. So you know, we straight up in futures, guys. All right, we're straight up in futures moment when we're doing future stuff. I'm not closing it because I'm in big profit now because I took heavy losses. I took heavy ass losses. Right, that's the only reason why I'm not closing it. Right now, I would be fucking out. I would be out here. I'm literally trying to make all my money back. Right, I don't even want to wait for FOMC. That's why I'm waiting a little bit. Right, I'm gonna leave in 15-20 minutes. I'm gonna most likely leave before 11. But yeah, they're going lower and lower. So you know, if I leave now and the shit goes like $5 more, I'm gonna get fucking pissed, right? So I'm just holding a little bit, seeing what they do. Time is 10:30. Floor is breaking into 10:30. Everything together on QQQ and SPY now. It's so slow. If someone's scalping this, they're like, this shit is like not even worth it, right? But like people that are in from numerous days before, from yesterday or the day before yesterday, this is something that they were waiting for, right? Basically. So you have to understand they might go more, but they could fucking trap everybody at some point because of that. Right, time is 10:30. SPX is going lower and lower, leaving the gap. We're not even going that much lower. We're at 6,599. This shit is literally just going ever slight slowly. So how crazy is this, right? Head and shoulders almost into 250 yesterday. And now we're at 1025. Time is 10:31. Right, there could be a massive reversion at some point here too. All the POC, all the volumes down here. So the question is, do we run before FOMC and hit that, or do we run with Jerome Powell and FOMC and hit that, or you know, the question is what? Basically. Right, the risk is crazy holding puts. Why? There's a fucking humongous gap here. You have no idea if they're gonna go lower and then revert. You have no idea if the thing's ready to revert now. You don't know if it was ready to revert 5 minutes ago too. So QQQ bounce strike off of 10:30. Bounce strike, Algo range playing. But we've been playing here, chopping here for 20-30 minutes. Bounce strike. Alright, whether this is small, real, big or not, bounce try. $6,601. Big candles stacking on the 1 minute side. 1, 2, 3. That is, that's a crazy downward trend that literally popped up and is holding. God damn it, I wish they did this yesterday, man. Now this is fucking so dangerous. Look at how far below, 20 points. Is this doable or not? Who thinks this is doable? Is it crazy to think this is doable? Like, before FOMC? Like, that's insane. Or during FOMC? Like, this goddamn 1 hour will not roll down. It's crazy. The 4 hour literally standing like this too. Like, making a lower low in a downward trending channel now. But, like, it's just absolute. Thing is, absolute. If this dumps, this is some abnormal, unusual activity, basically. Someone said $280 morning. Like, you made $280? Justin said, can you show the 1 minute gap on SPX again? Yeah, right here at 9:45. So that is a setup for later that they're not filling, right? 9:55, we were at the top here, and then we dumped in that one huge candle, and it created a 1 minute gap on SPX. And these people are making everyone that is hoping on that gap get burnt to the crispy toast on a crucified, crucified stick, and they might feel that shit at FOMC when they print and they leave and everybody get bearish, everybody buy puts, and then they fucking boom it up. I'm kidding. They might not boom it up today, but you know what I'm saying? Like, holy crap, man. Holy crap, man. Come on, push down. Push down now. It won't push down now. It has to break this and it has to make a new volume range, right? But it's literally every single time it's now or never. Every single time it's now or never, and then it's bouncing below POC. So time is 10:35. 10:40 is here in 20 seconds, right? It really either does it now or it doesn't. 10:40. 16 seconds. Right, but this is an intraday 1 minute gap, and all the calls that are targeting this are getting hurt for now until they target it themselves later. Right, time is 10:40 in 1 second. 10:40 is here. 10:35, 10:35, creating an algo range at the floor. New algo range at the floor. SPX shows as well. I can smell it, but I mean, this could also be a severe bear trap happening right now too. So algo range. God damn, they're making it hard as hell to trade this intraday. I'm not gonna lie. If I was somebody that's going new money right now, like, yeah, it's so hard. You could somehow scalp, like, literally, it is very, very hard to make money. At the POC. 10:30 holding the floor. LOD. Leave that up for Jerome Powell. SPX 1 minute gap intraday. MACD is coming bullish trying. Now it's getting scarier and scarier for all puts, right? There's a lot of bears here, so if we bounce a little bit too, I mean, it would be more logical than not. I'm not gonna lie, a bounce here would be more logical than not, but I mean, they're illogical at times sometimes, so. Right, algo range is definitely being played here, so we're at a pivot point. We're in between an algo range. The market is deciding whether to go long or short right now, basically. Right, SPX might test a Algo range bottom again, but it could bounce to the crazy top again too. Or it could bounce here and then break out. It could bounce here and do something. But yeah, candles are dancing. Time is 10:40. Bounce is happening more than not. A drop is not happening more than not. 10:40 LOD. They just made a floor at 10:40 on QQQ and is bouncing as well. And they are bouncing into 10:40. So whether this is the beginning of the bounce, whether it is the target of the bounce, MACD volume coming in bullish, God knows. SPX is trying to go back up. We are at the 28 EMA. Algo ranging. We are at 6601 SPX. Alright, bear trap is building. They did not break through here, and they are pumping since that. So, did not break down here. Went to the trend line, went to the top of the algo range. Who knows? QQQ rejecting off the bounce as well that it just did. So 1040 bounce, 1040 rejecting, creating an algo range at the floor, deciding what to do into 1045. QQQ testing the floor. SPY pulling back to the algo range of 1005. That's what it looks like to me. That's what I'm calling out. QQQ breaking the floor. Alright, still south on QQQ. 1040. They want to go lower still on QQQ. I have no idea about SPY. I don't know if they're faking out on SPX. I'm hoping to God they are right now, but I mean, who knows? Right, time is 10:45 and 28 seconds. Okay, 10:40 rejection here, and 10:45 is here in 20 seconds. So if we truly are bearish, the thing's gonna show one more red candle at the minimum. Right, that would be a confirmation. There is no confirmation to short on SPY. That is something that you have to know as well. 10:45, we are at the algo range. They are not breaking through the floor and going so easily, right? QQQ, ever slight slowly. SPX, holding the bounce. Time is 10:45 now. I don't know on SPX. QQQ, I could say that thing's going maybe $1.50 or 25 cents, but SPX looking dangerous to short. But I mean, it's following QQQ. Algo range here as well. Remember, 10:45, 10:45, and they're breaking it down on QQQ right now too. So 10:45, 10:45. All right. We might visit the bottom of the algo range again. We are literally at the bottom of the algo range, so I mean it's only a 2-cent bounce rate. 10:45, deciding what to do on SPX. QQQ showing lower. QQQ and SPY showing. The MACD is literally not even there, going lower too, so it's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Doji candle on the 5. Decision moment. Previous high to date turned into resistance and or support. Chris says, yeah, you have to realize there's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a lot of previous high to days turns into resistance and or supports right now. So they are going lower. Time is 10:45. 10:45 time is 10:40 rejection to 10:45 is actually standing here. Okay. My puts are getting dirty, juicy spiked. I'm not gonna lie. Now I need a drop candle. Now I need a LOD break. Come on. Now I need a LOD break and a massive fucking 1 minute candle or 2 minutes of 1 minute red candles, and I'll be fucking set. Right? Puts are fucking spiked. Puts are fucking spiked, and it's ready. But now it really needs to drop right here. It's fucking not. Everybody's piling into puts, right? Going into FOMC. Everybody, but I mean, shit, I was already in since yesterday. Let's go. Time is 10:45. Come on, break the floor. Broke the floor. Show me 2 red candles. Just do it. I have 10:45 LOD. 11 a.m. is near. Jerome Powell is coming out at 2 p.m. today. It's very close. Alright, SPX is about to drop right now. We are leaving the POC. The 1 minute MACD's died bullish. All these chop cycles being used to go lower almost. Trying right now. Come on, trying. This shit looks so easy though. Everybody's pod inputs. Oh my. Everybody pod inputs. No, the thing can bounce like crazy now, but I don't know if it's gonna bounce like crazy, if it's gonna go. But it did not go. Time is 10:50. Dangers there going short, dangers there going long. Everyone in the world is doing so. Everyone in the world is doing so. Candles are coming in crazy. FOMC is here in 3 hours. Man, the range test above is getting closer and closer. It's getting scary as fuck. Oh man. Only thing is POC and the volume acting as a magnet. Volume coming in bullish from where it turned neutral and then bearish to now it's bullish, right? So for 5 minutes. Wow. I'm at 9K for my 6.615. I don't know if I need to leave right now. Wild. I just want like 2 or 3K more on each contract, low key. Well, that's being fucking greedy as hell. Not each contract, sorry, on each levels. 6.615, 6.610s. $10.50. Right, they're making everybody think we're gonna wait for J Powell Daddy, and we're about to go lower. So, come on, get those puts printed out, and I'll be out. Alright, 6.590s I'll even be happy at. I don't give a goddamn about no motherfucking 6.580s, you know. Come on. This is now or never. SPX says, I want to do it now. I want to do it now. Alright, it's either going to do it now or never. This is literally now or never. I've been keep saying that, right? But I mean, it really wants to do it now. Right, 1045 low is about to break. Just go. Come on. LOD breaking. LOD broke. This is now or never. I'm not going to lie. This is now or never. This shit is about to do it or it's not. 1 hour coming in bearish. The 4 hour pulling back strongly. Gap hope trapping. Intraday 1 minute gap hope trapping for now. Time is 11 and 10 minutes. Alright, either this is the massive trap forming into FOMC. Alright. 1050 bounced. Did not create an algo range. It did create an algo range. 1050, 1050. Candles are coming in wild at the bottom. Almost flickering up and down. Should I sell one and then they're about to go lower and then I sell everything? Like, that's always how it is. Should I just leave, man? Alright, this thing could pump too. It's not showing a pump, so it's showing a flush, so this thing could pump just on that. Edison said 5-day holding strong. There's a 1 minute gap right here too. SPX 1 minute gap. One minute gap up there, 1 minute gap down here. this shit is terrifying. 10:55. Right, 5-minute bounce. Testing the top of the algo range. In one candle. Coming in bullish. Right, all these bears are in the possibility of getting trapped. It is trapped on the trend line. Right, they are bounce trying fast as hail from the floor. 10:55. $10.55 is bouncing pretty strong. $6,603. 5 up on SPX. Right, now that huge drop theory is out of the window. Almost, they're showing, right? Now the bounce theory is coming back in play. They're showing. Let's see how this bounce does. Time is 11. Bounce happened so goddamn fast. People can't even go in. Let's go look at QQQ. QQQ. Let's go QQQ. Time is 11. There is a 1-minute gap down there on QQQ. Right, watch out. They might go retest the floor again, and then, you know, all this little small cycle bear is gonna get trapped again. Right, I'm not saying it's gonna go fill right now. This thing could not fill for 20, 15, 30 minutes too. Just like the one up top is not filling for about an hour or 2 hours, right? So we'll see if this one fills, but there is a gap down here on QQQ, 1-minute gap. LOD is 1050. There's no divergence on the floor. The 1-minute gap is filling. 588.54 somewhere. It did not fill by 1 cent. But look at how these people gap up and then leave the gap up, right? And then they just go visit it later on. It's not even right now, but it's just they leave setups so they could trick one side or another using everything. That gap is not filling, by the way. Not right now. SPX is at 6,601. Let's get the like buttons up, folks. Right. Time is 11. Market is so slow. Gap is filling on QQQ, trying. SPY is bouncing. Cannot fill it on QQQ. Time is 11. FOMC rate cut decision in 3 hours. QQQ filled the intraday 1 minute gap. Okay. This could be best safe exit for puts as well from 10:55. We don't know. I don't know if it's going to be a bounce here or not. I don't know if it's a long. I need to wait and see. If the bottom of the 10:51 holds, right, they're flying up and down now, so they're 50-50, 50-50. The thing could bounce, the thing could not bounce. SPX 1 minute gap still exists below, down here. Right, so we'll write that as well. SPX 1 minute gap already there. 11 bounce, 11 rejected, created an algo range at 11 looks like. Yep. You see this algo range? 10:58, 11 a.m. is being used as the same algo range from 10:35, bottom of the 10:05. So time is 11:05 and 39 seconds. SPX is doing all sorts of stuff. Magical ride. Magic go around. About to go gap fill below. Right, so maybe dip below POC coming here a tiny bit. This range is terrible. Someone said yes, I agree. Range pretty bad today. Gap is being filled on SPX trying. We did not fill. We filled it. SPX gap is done. That is the setup. Donezo. Okay. 11:05 and 2. Time is 11:05 now. Donezo. Gap has been filled at 11. Gap has been filled into 11. Now deciding what to do at POC, as if nothing happened. At 11:05, the MACD is neutral. MACD is neutral. This is pretty crazy. Now we're staying down here at POC. Right. Nasty ass bear flag going nowhere. It's like a cornucopia corn at the end. Alright, making a wedge going outward. Terrible, terrible. 1105 is bouncing off of 11. Puts are spiking right now. I don't know why. Right, puts are spiking right now. It looks like they want to go more south. Or more people are getting bearish on this. That's crazy. If I had my 6620s, they're at 10k right now. That's fucking nuts. Right, my 6615s are at 9.3k right now. Let's go. Time is 11:05. Look at how slow they do this shit, man. Time is 11:05. Alright, let's fucking get her done. Gap. Intraday 1 minute gap. Holding as a hope at the roof. Set up for later. Going lower, trying. QQQ. Breaking the floor. Right? So it's really now or never again. Right, this shit is truly going down like we're in futures. This is what it did overnight, so we're going down super fucking slow. SPX is barely going down. Time is 11:05. The 15-minute candle, the 30-minute MACD, the 1-hour MACD, the 4-hour. Shit is just not going. It's perfect. It can't be more perfect. $65.98.05. This is most likely a leave now. I know. This is fucking crazy. This is crazy. God damn. New floor. Bounce. Alright, tiny bit lower. Bounce. Tiny bit lower. Bounce. Tiny bit lower. Bounce. QQQ, they're taking it down today. SPY holding it. Man. Absolute. Previous high today turned into resistance and support still. Wow. Look at how we're staying below the 20. Like crazy on QQQ. What the hell? QQQ gone. SPY. Holding. This shit is not, bro. This is unbelievable. I'm low-key feeling that it's not gonna break. I'm low-key thinking it's not gonna break now, but like this is fucking unbelievable. Look at the top. Look at the trend line being used like crazy too right now. Downward trend line since Monday. Eleven ten. $11.10 rejecting. Are they really gonna reject again and then retest or what? That candle is crazy. That 1 minute candle coming in, stupid crazy. We're at POC. It is so hard to go down $10 on SPX. Barcoding here. At the middle of nowhere. Unbelievable. In the middle of nowhere, they made support by just using algo ranges in a random ass spot. MACD is showing that the bulls are coming. Too many bears. $11.15. We are above the 20 on QQQ. MACD is coming bullish. It's coming bullish. Now we're going back up. Right? We went down 75 cents or $1 or maybe. And now we're up 50 cents. 11.15. Alright, now it's chopping since 11. Alright, and I should have left all into 11, but now I'm getting fucked. Right now, it is bouncing. God, that's crazy how it didn't break the low. Not even a little bit. Yeah, in the money puts are holding good. It's just I don't want to hold into 0 DTE. I'm trying to get out and profit and be done with, but the closer and closer it gets to 2 and 4, the way more risky this shit is. There's a gap at the top, so all puts are, there's a risk of it getting wiped out today. Every one of them. It's a massive risk. Above the 930 candle box. Alright, 6604. MACD and volume coming in. More bullish than not now. Way more. $11.15. Man, I was gonna cash out until 11, but like all this little tiny ass move, truly making me hope, and then made me stay. But yeah, to leave everything into this is literally the most logical shit ever. Time is 11:20. $6,604. Really? At VWAP. Cycle happening underneath VWAP. Market deciding what to do. The MACD slightly pulling back. There's no confirmation to short here. We're just under VWAP. Time is 11:20. 11:20. Rejection to 11:20. 11:20 is deciding what to do. One second. All right. The MACD has died bullish side. 1 minute. Longs are at risk. I don't know why, but the MACD bullish is pulling back. I think it bounced somewhere here too. Time is 11:22. $11.25. Things trying to go lower again. Rest in peace, all the bulls trying again. Alright, no confirmation shorting here. We gotta see what happens here basically with this cycle. Rejection off under VWAP. At the algo range, 10:35. Time is 11:25. The MACD turned red, bearish. Every single pump today being used to do something else, which means something else is what? Stay at the floor, go lower, whatever the hell it is. Alright, we're still intraday. 1 minute gap hope. Hoping. Time is 11:30 here. 11:25 here. Time is 11:30 in 3 minutes. QQQ. We have to evaluate here, guys. We are not bullish or bearish yet. The market is deciding whether to use all this bullish cycle to go test the floor again. It is deciding whether to bounce somewhere here before the LOD. Right. At this point, it's too late to short because somebody shorted at 11:20, printing into 11:25. So I don't know if you can long here either. It's the first green candle. We are at the Algo range of 10, 10. They want to go lower. I don't know how much lower. Right, but the bounce is being used to go lower. The bounce is being used to go lower. The MACD is being used to go lower right now. Time is 11:25. I see a small scalp south side being played out right now, unless someone's still in south. Time is 11:25. Today is abnormal. Today is an unusual day. All calls are being used to go or stay low. That's just the reality for now. Time is 11:25. FOMC is here at 2 o'clock. 1 hour, 2 hours and 30 minutes. It looks like to me we're about to make everybody bearish into FOMC. Or everybody is already bearish into FOMC. They're just about to make a little bit more bearish and then something gonna happen. Or it can bounce right now too. There's already a lot of bears. Time is 11:26. Right, 11:26. If they drop lower, I'm fucking leaving at 657.5. I already said this, so 11:25. If they go to 650, you guys have fun. I don't really care. I'm not staying for that. So you guys have a party, right? I don't really give a damn. Time is 11:30. What matters for me is this right now. Whether this right now breaks through or not, because there's so many bulls trapped here on 11:20. This is truly, we said this 3 times now. This is now or never. This is now or never. This is now or never, right? This is truly, I don't even want to say it, right? But like you guys can clearly see it, now or never. Clearly now or never. Everyone in the world is saying if it breaks, it's going to touch 654. Everyone in the world is saying that. You have to realize you're not the only person that's saying that. Everyone in the fucking world is saying the exact same sentence. So even if they do drop it, you know, I'm leaving into a massive red candle. I don't give a damn about no 654. I care about 657.5. Why? That's literally halfway point of what everyone in the world is thinking right now. So 654, 650s, I don't care. I don't care. That's a dream. Okay. 11:30. We're breaking the floor right now. Whether this shit really goes, God knows. God knows what God did. Right? God knows what God did. Time is 11:30. We are going south. SPX is 6,597. Here we fucking go. Come on. Come on, go! Come on, go! I'm at 10K on my 6.615s. Okay. Time is 11:30. Low of the day. Candles are coming in nice. Fucking nice. Alright, the candle needs to hold now. 11:30 LOD. 11:30 LOD. Right. The implied volatility today is 17.87%. Alright, I'm leaving my 6.615 right now for 9.8K. 3 contracts out. I still have 6.610s and 6.595s. About 5K's worth. $11.30 bounce trying. I'm out of my heavy contracts, guys. I left my 6.620s, 6.615, so I'm out heavy. I'll fucking take that any fucking day of the week. Finally. Bounce trying 11.30. We are having a huge, whatever this is, cornucopia horn building from the floor, right? It's wedging down, it's wedging up. That's what it's literally doing after it went down today. So I have no idea how this is gonna end. Right? Time is already 11:20. Let's see how this shit does. So I called this shit out earlier in the day when we were even forming it. So right, we might break down below it and go. We might recover. We'll see right now. Okay. That was about a 2.9k profit on 6.615s. I'm up 2k on my 6.610s from yesterday at the top. Man, what a fucking day. God damn. Right? Look at yesterday. We're at 6.614 we were at. 6.614 we were holding all day, and now we're at 6.597. It's not even that big of a drop. We're at 658.95. Dude, if they went to 657.5, I would be up literally like, I would have been out like 15k on both contracts. I'm not gonna lie, but like, yeah, fuck that. 0 DTEs expiring today. Alright, the implied volatility is the shit that saved me today at the open, man. Fucking wild. We opened literally where we closed off 9:30. And the implied volatility and the VIX being a little bit high as it was is the only thing that fucking saved my life. Right, and they were bounce trying, bounce, 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 gap, hope, failed, rejected to the new LOD 1, 2, 3 times. So it was bearish. They just go up and down, up and down, up and down, tiny bit lower, tiny bit lower, tiny bit lower, up, down. Exactly what they did in futures. So that is the pattern of the market coming down slowly, slowly, slowly. When it is, you know, topped out, breakout, broke out. So we are bouncing at 11:30 to 11:30, bouncing into 11:35, 11:28. Isn't that weird how SPX and SPY shows a different bounce, 11:32, 11:28, right? But still signifying 11:30. Alright, let's go look at QQQ. Dude, they actually, like, right? It took them, oh, they took them 3 days. It took them 3 days to break 659. It took them 3 days to break 590s. They just took their sweet ass time, and then literally you have 5 minutes to take profit, and then now they're trying to bounce. So I still think this is a small time bounce, but we'll see. I still think we're about to go lower a little bit into FOMC, and then at FOMC some unusual volatility about to happen. But I mean, I could also be wrong. They already went low here, so bouncing, trying. This is a crazy pattern, whatever this shit is on SPX right now. Crazy pattern. 5-minute bounce happening. MACD is dying, bearish. The higher time frame says that we are still bearish, but pulling back. The higher time frame said that we should have done that. We should have done that, and we should have done that. It's just they do it tiny bit. A fucking tiny amount. 650, 6597, 6596. So literally $10 down from where I want it. 660 somewhere up here. Pounds trying. We are at 6,600 again. So these people are making it so goddamn hard for people to, you know, make money going long or short. Anybody that's chasing going long or short is getting destroyed right now. And anybody that is deducting and they're like, oh, I'm gonna play this bounce from 1045 to 1055 and I'll call it here, making money, right? Whoever is literally going short from the top here, saying I'm gonna leave into the something new LOD or whatever, right, because of this pattern, is making money. But whoever is chasing calls, getting killed. Whoever is chasing puts, not having a good time, because they're like, oh, what the hell is this? Oh, oh, what is this? It's just like crazy patterns coming in. You guys cannot lie. This is something people have not really seen a lot. Can you tell me? Down and then do. Right at a weird support level. 6,000 actually. This is not a weird support level. 6,600 is literally actually a really good support level. But yeah, the fact that there's nothing here and we're doing this here like nothing is actually crazy. It's fucking crazy. Dude, my 6.5, 95s ate it, and then they came back. Can you believe that? My 6.5, 95s ate it and came back. Like, that's fucking crazy. Time is 11:40. Oh man. I can't believe the implied volatility is literally 17% today, dude. That is like one of the highest I've ever seen intraday. It's not even today too. It's today, tomorrow, and Friday. They're all 17, 18%. It's disgusting. It's literally disgusting. Time is 11:40. We are at 6,598 on SPX. QQQ. Testing the floor as well. I'm up 5K right now. I'm going for 8K. I'm not gonna lie. It's doable. 8, 9K is doable. All the shit I sold for right now, 5K profit for the day. I still have a bunch in. Man, if they drop it now though, fuck me. I'm gonna cry, but it's fine. It's fine. I sold into the lows today. I sold into somewhere here. I sold into somewhere here, so I don't give a fuck. I'm happy. Like, if the thing reverted today and I lost everything, you know, that is 100% a possibility too. Somebody was like, oh, Jeff, you should have sold all your profits and then literally go back at the top right too. And I was like, damn, if they do that, like, yeah, 100%, like, I'm gonna feel bad, but like, literally, right? LOD set 10 minutes after they did that. So all the bullish MACD being used, all the calls being used to do this, and then now it's looking more bearish than not again. But yeah, time is 11:30. We are at the bottom of the channel right now. We are channeling down right now. That's what people are not seeing. We're channeling down right now. It's just so fucking hard to see. The only people that are able to see are the people that drew this on Monday, used this into Tuesday, and then drew the box as well. Saw the box into overnight, which is what I did. I called it out literally in the 1 hour when it broke this, right? And then we came back up to it overnight. And then now we dropped to it, or dropped from it, and we're not even gap filling, right? People are all thinking 6.5, 6.55 or some shit, but market literally is stopping at 6.58, 6.57, and we are waiting until FOMC rate cut decision. So that is all it is. That's all it is. 11:40 bouncing again before LOD. So maybe LOD hope trap is playing out, but I mean the environment is different today. We are in a downward trending channel right now. That's what the chart shows us. So until something changes, nothing has changed, right? What did we do yesterday? We drew the downward trend channel, and then it broke out, right? And then we just watched it because this was crazy. And then it broke down below the box that I drew, right? And I was like, oh, this is a 930 box. And then we visited, closed outside of it bullish, came back into it at close or something, right? MACD was bearish 1 hour, and then pushing bearish into today from yesterday's MACD 1 hour being bearish, right? I literally told you, look at the Nikkei. Nikkei 225 freaking squeezed, right? I sent a picture in the group chat when the Nikkei touched down here. Look what happened. The 1 hour candle was fully red last night, and then it completely reverted from 4,400, 600 to 4,500. That's literally a 400 point rally. And I was like, God damn, right? Asia is squeezing. Something's about to happen in the New York Stock Exchange. But if you look, right, this is what I did last night too, right? The U.S. futures were going down overnight because 1 hour was bearish last night. And then now we are bearish into now, which is kinda crazy. Look at the 1 hour. Bearish into somewhere here, and then it's just stupid. Whatever they're doing, this is crazy wild. The 4 hour coming in super bearish, right? And this is what we were calling out, basically. Or I was calling out on the futures group. And people were like, oh, I'm about to go long. And I was like, dude, zoom out and look at the 4 hour and the 1 hour. You're really about to go long into this shit? You're about to get dumped tonight. And then those people did get dumped tonight. Or they did get dumped, and then they got punked back up, right? And then now it's, yeah, lost it at 9:30. We are 11:40. Man, I had so much goddamn money in, I was literally just watching it every fucking 2 hours, basically. Waking up every 2 hours. Waking up, getting a notification on the WhatsApp group at 6 a.m. Josh sending graphs, and I was like, bro, I need to sleep. But yeah, man. Time is 11:45. 11:45, 11:40 bouncing from the floor. I would not have expected some sort of thing like this. I honestly was thinking like, oh, do this and then drop, and then back up. But it's hover, 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 drop, and then back right at it. 6.599. $11.30. So is the move done, or is they confusing more bulls again? That is the question. Don't know. 2 hour, 4 hour MACD pulling back, the 1 hour bearish, so bouncing, trying. Crazy today, market is. That bounce. That was a crazy spike, and now it's bounce trying. Right, leaving 11:30 and 11:40 as the LOD going back to the midpoint trying. We are at the midpoint already in 3 minutes. Right now it is literally showing the move down is done. Right now it's showing it's neutral again. So people that were hoping on 655, even 657.5, right, getting completely crushed into this, and this is literally why I left, because this shit is weird. And just the market creates the market in the picture as we go live, right? So things change constantly. This literally means we go a little bit lower, but that does not mean we go lower to 655 just on that, right? So SPX is squeezing almost. All these bears that chased, all these bears that chased is getting squeezed into this small cycle down here. Time is midday, 12. I'm getting a phone call. 1 second. Alright, rejection trying. We have 133 people here. Let's get the like buttons up. Hopefully you guys are all doing good. Hopefully you guys are staying safe. God bless every one of you guys that are here. God bless this country. Let's get the like buttons up, okay? Help me out. I help you out, right? We all help each other out. We love life, right? Positivity is what matters. Deductions are what matters. No speculations, no estimations, no guesses in here as much as we can. We are at all-time highs. You have to understand, things are fucking wild out here, so, time is 11:50. Do understand, right? This is all-time highs. 11:50. Look what we did. We tested the top of the 9:30 a.m. open almost on Monday. That's what it's showing. Trend line touched up top. Right, trend line. This is breakout and fake out almost. 11:50. It's still bearish. It's still bearish, sadly. Right, in a weird way. I don't know if they're gonna go break the LOD and go more lower, but like they're not bouncing yet. Even though that looked like a nice bounce right there. The MACD is dying 1 minute bullish again. Right, cycles are being nasty. Cycles are being nasty right now. MACD died, MACD died, MACD died, MACD died. Bullish MACD died, bullish MACD died. Using the bullish MACD to bring it back to wherever the floor is, or to create a new floor until something changes. I'm telling you, like I look at this and I look at this and I also think it's gonna run too. I also think it's gonna run too, but like 5-10 minutes down the road, the thing looks like this, right? So it's nasty. Whatever they're doing is basically the environment of the day. It is the setting of the day, and things will not change until something changes, is how you have to look at it. It's basically the same shit what happened almost every day. Same shit happens like that. Right? There's a pattern that you recognize for the day, and then they do that pattern, or they test the algo range until they what? They don't. Until they break away from it, until they stop it. But until they do, they're literally there and there and there and there and there and there, because it's the setup for them. It is a repetitive pattern for them to bank money on, to scalp on, to whatever on, to not hope on, to deduct on, right? To make educated guesses on, to get it right as most times as they can, is why they do it. But I mean, yeah, this is uncharted territories, right? Very dangerous. We are at the pivot point, 11:30. The 11:30 LOD pivot point is being tested right now. Q. Right, there was a 1 minute gap up that made a 1 minute gap up at 11:42 into 11:45.
signifying that if somebody went long here, it was a best safe exit into a massive green candle, and then they leave because why? They don't know when that gap's going to fill, and they filled it instantly. So this is 1140 LOD on QQQ. There's a divergence on the floor. Alright, let me know if what you guys want to see. QQQ, SPX. They are very important, so 1140 bounced into 1145. 1145 rejected into 1150. 1150 deciding what to do. MACD is slightly bullish on QQQ. The candles are the ones coming in. Scary as hell. 1150 bounce at 1148. 1150 bounce at 1147. They're going down so slow, right? This is really what we saw over futures, but yeah. It really looks like a bear trap is supposed to come, but what it really is, it's just continuous bull trap because we've been going up and 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 up. Right, that is literally why they do it like this, because it feels like it. It feels like a bear trap is supposed to come. It feels like a bear trap is supposed to come, yet the bears are the ones having fun, yet the bears are the ones printing. That's what it did overnight, futures too. But I'm saying this is fucking dangerous to short here, but like, yeah. That is what it's literally doing. It's going down ever slight slowly. It's bouncing, chopping down, ever slight slowly, bouncing down, ever slight slowly, chopping down. So 1150. Time is LOD testing. Sorry. Higher time frame, all bearish. Chart frozen. 30-minute, bearish. 1 hour, bearish. 4 hour, pulling back, bullish. So this thing is bearish, it's just it doesn't look bearish. Right? And intraday, I don't know. Things slow going down, but I'm telling you. Go look at what it did on futures overnight. It's disgusting. And it's the same thing going up too, right? It looks like it should bull trap. It looks like it should. It looks like it should reject, but the thing goes higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. The thing looks like it should bounce. The thing looks like it should bounce. The thing looks like it should bear trap. Yet the thing is going lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. That is fucking weird. That is the exact opposite of how human psychology works, and that is the exact opposite of, you know, nobody would short this. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is trying to long this right now. Nobody in the world is trying to short this, and the same thing happened overnight on futures. And the reason why I'm saying the thing I'm saying to you now is because one of the futures players said that to me, and I was like, wow, he's absolutely right. And he was like, oh, this is a pattern you see. We go up, we go up, we go down, down, down. We're down a little bit, down a little bit, up, down, down, down a little bit, down a little bit. And we were doing that every 5 minutes. We were doing that every 5, 15, 20 minutes on futures. And he was like, this is the pattern of going down when we're at a blow off top. Right? This shit literally just does this in a weird way so people can't make money. And I was like, wow, that guy is really like saying something that I'm actually seeing live. And like, you know, this shit is nasty work. Anybody that's longing from the morning is getting completely shredded, you know what I mean? And they have no idea that's happening. They have no idea that this is happening. Shit looks like it should bear trap, yet it's bull trapping. Right? It looks like it should bear trap, yet it's bull trapping. So it's bearish. It's just slow movement going south. Or I mean, it was. right? Time is now already 12, so I can't confidently say this thing's gonna go lower and lower into 2, but it really did from 9:30 into 2, so 9:30 into 12. So that's the only reason why I said what I said to you guys, right? I'm not trying to make you guys bearish. I'm not trying to speculate, but I'm literally saying that's what happened last night, right? When that bounce was being like this, and that's what it's showing right now. Into now. That does not mean more. That does not mean more, right? That just means till now. Till now. We're just chopping, 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 chopping down ever slight, tiny bit slowly. That's what the futures did, ever slight, tiny bit slowly. It did a little bit, 2 points at a time, 2 points at a time, 2 points at a time, right? Everybody that long last night got killed on futures. They were no longer talking 4 hours later. Everybody that was scalping was going little bit, little bit, little bit, and they were like, what the fuck is going on? Like, right? And they didn't even know where to take profit. That's the thing. They go down slowly like this, and you don't even know where to take profit. You literally don't, because all you do is just get small scalps, small scalps, small scalps, and you have no idea where this thing's going. This is LOD. Sorry, why am I looking at SPX on the right? Let's look at SPY. LOD did not break. LOD is holding at 11:30, 11:50. We just tested 11:55 right now. 11:55 in 30 seconds. It's going to be 12 o'clock. So unless something changes, that's the pattern that we're seeing. Unless something changes here. Here we are at 658.9, bouncing 40 cents high. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio in the group chat now. Right? There are a lot of puts down here too. That is something to realize. There are also a lot of calls above 6,600 at every single level. And they're using every single one of them today to stay low. Every single level above 6,600 is about 65% calls. So realize that too. They might not go that high today. They might not go that low today either. Right? We are literally where a lot of the put wall is too. Right? There is a massive 50-50 put wall and call wall at 6,600. Above 6,610, 6,620 is 90% calls. Below 6,590, 75 puts. Let's go look at Tesla, Nvidia, other things. 418. Thing does not want to come lower. It is really going. Right, staying above the wedge until FOMC. NVDA 169. So Nvidia continuously going lower and lower and lower and lower today. Right, helping QQQ do whatever QQQ is doing. Apple, Meta, bounced that. Alright, Nvidia making QQQ bearish today. SPY doesn't even look that bearish anymore. To be honest, it's just hovering here. I mean, that's literally what it looked like here though, and then they broke the floor, so this looks perfectly not bearish. The thing looks perfectly not bearish. Bouncing. off of 1130. They're so good, right? They make the thing not look bearish, and then it's not bullish either. And then they make it look, now they're making it look bullish, but QQQ, not much. Time is 12. FOMC rate cut decision is at 2 p.m. We will be live with the Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Hopefully you guys will be around too for the FOMC rate cut at 2. And like the like button, guys. I know you keep hearing it from me, but those of you that have not hit the like button yet, please hit the like button. Let's get the algo up, right, so that we can get new viewers visiting us when the FOMC rate cut decision kicks in. 2 p.m. live stream. QQQ rejecting hard at 12, right? That is a weird ass candle at SPY and QQQ. Weird. Right at 12, cutting the bullish power. Cutting the bullish power. It's not even bearish yet, but it's just cutting the bullish power so that they can't run, right? The thing would have ran in a regular normal environment. It would have ran from 1205, it would have flipped VWAP and then maybe go for gap 2, right? But today is not a normal environment. Today is a day that's been set up using yesterday on Monday, and we are still set up into FOMC, and we are setting up into FOMC. So today is not a normal day. Time is 12. It hasn't been normal days, right? Since September, I think all of September, let's just say. 12:05 in 50 seconds. The SPX put to call ratio has been sent in the group if you want to go take a look at that. Right, we are getting bottom wicks. We are getting bottom wicks. We are getting top wicks too. So, right, the buying pressure is there. The selling pressure is there. It's just the moment it comes down to creating, right, the form, whatever it needs to do, the selling pressure is super strong. The buying pressure is super strong, keeping us in a wedge, keeping us in a pattern, right? Preventing us from running, going lower now. Preventing us from running, going lower now. Time is 12, going into 12:05. Small time rejection happening. I have really no idea if this is going to really go to LOD or not. It's just rejecting off of 12:05 or 12. Time is already 12:05. Right? So let's just see what happens with this MACD bullish dying again. Right? MACD bullish dying again. So weird. This thing should have ran, but look at the MACD dying since 11:59, 12. That is not normal. That shit is not normal. This is literally big boys, big money players coming in and saying, I'm sorry, whoever's going, long at the top at least, whoever's going long at the bottom making money scalping, right? Whoever's making long scalping, it's just they're not letting it go more because there's so many calls up there above 6,600, and we are right at 6,600, right? We are rejecting off of 6601. That is not a coincidence. That is not a coincidence. There's this 50-50 calls and puts right here. Anything above that, 605, 610, 620, 75, 85 calls, right? And hours in puts for 615, 620, 610 hours in puts, and there were 75, 85 calls. So you call me a madman, man. I'm telling you. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it be like that. Like, right? I don't know what the fuck I could do, but I mean 6610 is now 50-50, 6620 is literally 95-10. And 65, right? 6615 was literally 90-10 as well. calls. Time is 12:05. Josh says Google and Meta. What's happening with Meta and Google? Meta flying. Google also pulling back or something. Nvidia bouncing. Apple. Got Microsoft. Things are looking so different. Nvidia, right, might be letting off QQ. I don't know. Things are running now. Google, Apple, blah blah blah. Things are running from the floor now too. So 12:05 bounce in 1 single minute, right? Some sort of knife forming on QQQ here. Knife to break up higher or what? I don't know. Time is 12. Time is 12. It is about time. Okay, I'm about to leave the rest of my puts right now. I don't even care if it's going lower into 2, but I low-key want to cut it like an hour or 2 hours before FOMC. So about now. Right, I was supposed to cut it before 11:02, but I didn't. So. I have 2 6.610s and 2 6.595s. Time is 12:10. 12:05. Confirmation rejected lower into 12:10. Time is 12:10. We are breaking the floor on QQQ on 12:10. Broke the floor again. So every single bullish chop, bullish bounce, breaking the floor after a little bit, as if we're doing futures. $12.10 QQQ at least. SPY. Did not break the floor. LSA said $70 scalp, not bad. Nice. I bought my 6.595s for about 5.8k and they're at 4.2, so they're down a little bit, but my 6.610s are in decent profit right now. I could sell it for 6k right now. Decent profit. Time is 12:09, 12:10. $6.59. Let's go look at SPX. Alright, if this thing still heads lower, I'm gonna be surprised low key, but I mean, this shit truly looking like we in some futures environment now. Your low key shouldn't drop here, but I mean we are continuously dropping. Continuously chopping lower. SPX 1 minute gap standing as a hope for now. Hope trap. All calls are being hoped on and trapped on since about 10:20 a.m. on that circle. This is why I always say be careful about the intraday 1 minute gaps, because they are not a guaranteed money. They are a setup, meaning they could be used to make bears hope. They could be used to make bulls hope. You know, you don't want to be biased, right? LOD just broke. New floor. LOD broke. So the pattern is still playing out. We're just going ever slowly lower. Ever slowly lower. Crushing calls. Ever slowly. Right, that tiny ass spike candle is a 12-10 floor as well here. Either this thing goes a little bit now, or it's the best safe exit right now, and the thing's gonna bounce again. Alright, the MACD's coming in bearish, so they could go a little bit. They could go a little bit like they did here. And we're about to find out. And QQQ. Breaking the floor. Same time. Time is 12:10. $6,597. Going lower. Here it comes. Red candle coming. Might be best safe exit in one of these red ass candles. Here it comes. This is truly some crazy work. Something I only saw last night happen on the futures going lower. This is wild. This is wild. 12:10 then. IWM. The Russell. What is this? Wow, it filled the 1 minute gap. The Russell 2000 has filled the 1 minute gap. Right, it's 240.20. That is done. Right, 240.20. Right, when the market's dropping, Russell literally popped up and filled the intraday 1 minute gap that was left open 2 days ago. Alright, so it did pull back into it pre-FOMC, and then it just popped into FOMC. That is crazy beautiful to see. The intraday 1 minute gap filling. 240.20. Time is 12:15. Expecting some sort of abnormal thing here, unless they bounce again. What is an abnormal thing? Go a little bit lower. The MACD could do either or. They want to go a little bit lower. SPX shows. I don't know. Could be fake. Until the low of the 12-12 breaks, you cannot confidently say that. But if the low of the 12-12 breaks, then you can say they're gonna go a little bit lower here, trapping these bulls a little bit. The risk is absolutely there, by the way, chasing shorts too, so. Oh man. $12.10. I did not leave. I'm being greedy now. I'm at 6K on my 6.610s. I'm at 4.5K on my 6.595s, and I'm wanting more. I'm being greedy right now. I'm not gonna lie. To hold through all this shit and to finally get the move right and to finally be printing like I want to hold this shit. I'm not gonna lie. They're going crazy now, right? Time is 12:20. Time is 12:20. SPX wants to drop through and break 12. This is going lower. 12:12 broke. Let's see. This is up to God now. I don't know. Up to them. Oh, who knows, man? Who knows? $12.20 made a floor. So the pattern is playing out, and they're going lower ever slowly. Futures pattern, right? You see how they're? Do you see how they're breaking the floor 20 cents? Do you see how they're breaking the floor $1? This is literally what they did on futures. Right, we did that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 times almost. So they did this even more in futures, man. They did this even more in futures. The entire night. I don't know about a flush, but this shit is a flush. It's just a slow ass flush. It's like a toiletry slow flush. It doesn't even feel like a flush. Probably get you flush. Or maybe break that trend line. Maybe. But this is crazy. What are we doing right now, man? Oh my lord. Okay, I'm leaving 6,610 right now for $3,080. Alright, I'm reducing my risk. I'm reducing my risk. I have one left and I have two 6,595s left as well. Alright, going into two, I am not going to hold anything. Going into two, I'm going to be out. Going into one, I'm going to be out. But yeah, I don't know if they're going to go lower than this shit. They already went super low, so 6,596, right? From literally 6,016, 610. So you gotta be happy with what you get. Gotta be happy with what you get. And sometimes it is okay to sit outside, and they're about to drop this shit now after I sold one, but it's okay. It's okay to sit outside and watch what they do, because sometimes that is okay. That is the setup. So time is 12:22. Since I sold one, it's going to help it expedite it go lower probably, so you're welcome. Let's see what happens. Time is 12:20 here. I did the craziest holds from yesterday on fucking a lot of them. 12:25 time is. $12.25 is here. Man, there were about, the put to call ratio for today was about 1.76 as well. Right, there was a lot of puts expiring today as well, but they literally opened at 4 p.m. close, where we closed yesterday, and then must have switched hands or something. Right, the intrinsic value, so the implied volatility helped puts stay up like crazy in the morning as well, but opening at the 4 p.m. close yesterday must have done everything, switching hands at least, and then they feel comfortable enough to drop it and then go weirdly low. Weirdly low today. It's a setup. using yesterday's setup, using Monday's setup into yesterday, turning into today, right? So something like this is happening right now. We are headed lower. It just doesn't look like we're headed lower. It doesn't feel like we're headed lower, but we did head lower since 10. Time is 12:20, and since 10 we dropped 10 points. Right, a lot of people are thinking down here too, right? 6,000 or 655, 650s, but like, ain't no way, right? They want to do things one thing at a time, slowly and maybe they reach, 578, maybe they reach 570, 577, or 5, sorry, maybe they reach 658, maybe they reach 657 point something somehow, but like they're going so ever slowly so that they can touch it, whatever they need to, and then be done with as soon as they touch it, right? Nobody knows what it is. Can you tell me what the price target is? I don't think anyone can tell me what is the price target right now, right? You can't really tell. All you can tell is just going slow, a little bit slower. So maybe down here, what is that? Somewhere here, right? 658 something. So super hard to tell. They're making it 1220, bouncing into 1225. The bounces are super weak too. But the bearish MACD died since 1215. The bearish MACD died since 1215. Premiums are still expensive, someone said. That is. The put to call ratio that I send in the group chat is intraday. So I can't send it after the market closes. I can't send it over the weekend, but I can send it during the market. But yeah, the thing changes. But they change every second, so 12:30. Right, time is 12:30, guys. FOMC is here in an hour and 30 minutes at 2 p.m. And the market has went down today from market open into FOMC, pre-FOMC, ever slowly trying. And now there is a lot of volatility, a lot of confusion, a lot of I don't know what's going to happen into FOMC. Right? Because if we were at all-time highs at FOMC, it would be a what? Easy sell, right? But like they're making it very hard to tell. They're making it confusing into 2 p.m. when he comes on. Right, a slight pullback from the all-time highs. We did not fill the gap below. There's a 1-minute gap above, so that we could pop, we could drop, but they're making it. The setup is confusion. That's the setup. Confusion. Right. A little pop drop is to be expected. A little pop drop is to be expected. Very hard to chase though. Very hard to go long on. It could bounce at any minute too, but I mean, the candles are not looking great to long yet. The candles are actually looking great to short on SPX. The 1-minute MACD coming in dumb right now. Not even dropping, but it looked like it was going to drop on no volume, honestly. Right, spike tiny. But you have to realize this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. So 1/3, 2/3, and then somewhere here this is 3/3 as well. All right, little pop in the MACD. All right, either this thing bounces here, or either this bounce is being used again. This one little tiny ass one candle. FOMC. Looking like a good time to book profits here. Not get greedy. People are. Holy shit. Slowly leaving. I don't know, man. Okay, I'm leaving my 6,610 right now for $3,060. Not booked. Alright, I'm out. 3,030. I have my dog shit puts. 6,595. That is slowly coming back in profit through all this little chop, 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 chop. Right, all this little chop, 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 chop. My average buy price is 26, and it's at 24 right now. I bought this shit like a long time ago. Like I think 2-3 days ago. I don't even know. 6,595s. Wow, SPX is at 6,595 finally. Wow, after all that shit. Alright, look at the trend line wedge being touched at the end, right? Time is 12:30. Man, we just ripped down $14 on SPX. Made a new LOD into 12:30. That is crazy. Whatever's going on right now, these candles are coming in crazy. Freaking stressful. Man, crazy. Fucking crazy. Now they're going now, man. If I held everything, this shit would have been like a fucking 15K profit. Holy shit. Wow, man. Now they're going after the trend line broke down. Alright, now they're truly making everybody bearish into FOMC. That is absolutely fucking wild. 620s are at $40 now. Unbelievable. This is what I wanted. I wanted to sell everything down here, but like to hold everything into 1230 is fucking nuts. You have to understand, like, somebody is printing on puts right now, big time, dude. What was my deduction at 11? You know, what was my deduction at 1140? Right, they're doing some future shit. And they're going lower and lower, and every single bounce is being used to go lower, right? So crazy work. Time is 12:35. So slow, but they're doing it now. Crazy. Now I'm in profit, 6595. Crazy. They're about to go on puts now, dude. Wow. Absolute. Let's go look at QQQ. Testing the LOD. Wow, bruh. Wow. God damn. God damn. Right? This is what they mean by when you are in the right direction, when you are getting the trade right, to up your size and get the trade right, because this is what they mean. Holy shit. Wow. 6594. 580, 658, 60. So 657 truly trying to reach. Unbelievable. Go $10 more on SPX, you won't. There might be a $10 rip. 658 somewhere. There might be, I don't know. Things are expediting now. We are way below POC. There's new volume territory. New volume territory. Dump mode. SPX dump mode. SPX dump mode. Time is 12:40, and they're going lower into pre-FOMC. This was my deduction that they're about to dump it, and everything's about to go lower into pre-FOMC, and they're truly doing it now. Time is 12:40, 12:30 rejected big time into 12:40, and 12:40 sliding down south. 658.52. $12.40. I'm about to leave. This shit is crazy. Let's fucking go! $6,591, folks. SPX. God fucking damn. Look at all my puts I sold in the morning. Holy fuck. They're at 40. $6,590, $6,589, $6,589. They're fucking doing it. Easy money. I'm about to leave right now. I'm leaving right now. Alright, 5.1k booked. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm out of everything. 8.1k profit. I'm out. Everything. 6,595s came back in profit barely too. Ah. Ah. Let's go. Alright, FOMC at 2. That's it. Time is 12:42 and they did it. Finale done. Finale done. 6,589 truly touched, man. That is fucking crazy. The last 10 minutes, crazy. Right? Look at that expedited sell, $10. Not $10, $6. Oh my god. Easy. Free money. Let's go. Or free money for whoever was here and scalp that real quick too, bro. What in the fuck was that? Oh my god. I wish dude, if I held everything, I'm not gonna lie, I sold a lot of them at 11:30 somewhere here, right? If I held everything into that, that would be fucking crazy. But man, smart money did. I just don't have the money to hold 0 DT like that when it's expiring today. I can't fucking do that shit, but that is crazy. 20 more minutes, 1 hour more, right? Or 1 hour and 40 minutes more almost, but still. Someone out there in the world did not even do 0 DTs, that 1 DT, 2 DT plus from yesterday, and then they're just, yeah, the right direction, the right move, and they're holding into this shit, but like, that is crazy hold, man. Wow. Especially if someone got it at the top yesterday and held from all the way up there into this shit somehow, that is 30 points. That is literally 30 points high. This is nasty work. Nasty work. Right, that gap might fill at some point later in the day. Bear trap and everybody here. I don't know if it's gonna happen now, right? It clearly has not been happening all day long, so that is fucking wild. I think I'm gonna stay away from swing trading for a long time now, dude. That shit was the most fucking horrendous, stressful environment I've ever been in a long time. In a long time, I couldn't even get sleep. I was just up watching futures every fucking night, every goddamn hour. That is crazy. Really just did some future selling into market open market hours. This is something that people have never seen. I'm telling you right now, this is something that people have never seen before. This is rare. This is a rare occurrence for it to make like some sort of Arabian, knife, karambit knife, whatever this is, right? Whatever you want to call this, the the little pendant thing from the Prince of Arabia movie or whatever, right? This is unusual. Unusual activity at its finest. A little S going south. That is crazy bearish still too. 1245. Alright, let's go see where the gaps are on SPX. Gaps are down there at 6584. Right, the 1 hour MACD crazy bearish. The 4 hour MACD crazy bearish. This shit has been building and building and building. Right, I called it out somewhere here on Tuesday, 3:30 p.m. I called out, look at the 1 hour, it's bearish. I was like, look at how it's closing. But I mean, yeah, it took its sweet time, building and building and building and building momentum, tricking people out, building and building, and holy crap. Might truly be dumping before FOMC. This is now. This is truly turning into a pre-FOMC dump. 1246. That's crazy, man. SPX is at 6589 again. All puts getting spiked up again. What? On an implied volatility day of 18%. Implied volatility of 18%. That is a lot of volume. 1250 breaking lower. 1250 breaking lower. They're really going lower right now. They're going lower even more. I wish. I don't know, bro. This is crazy work. Crazy work. FOMC rate cut decision in 1 hour. Jerome Powell coming live in 1 hour. This is literally all confusion and chaos into FOMC now. That is all it is. That is literally what they're doing. That is why they're doing this. We are at 658.16. About to hit 657 somehow. I really didn't think that we're going to do it. I'm not going to lie. I really didn't think that we're going to do it either. But now we are here. 658.18. That is crazy. 658 really touched. 658. 6589. There's no volume down here at all. This is, at some point, this is bound to bounce. At some point, it's going to bounce and go test and something. There's no volume down here at all. This is crazy. Right? This is almost overextended selling now. I'm not going to go long here. I'm not going to go short either. I'm just saying, like, there's literally no volume here. This is, yeah, no volume. So, candles came through like butter. 1 minute, 2 minute, 1, 2, 3 minutes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. So they did it super fast. They did it super out of nowhere. right? Breaking this little wedge trend line that we were in, whatever this cornucopia horn was. 1249, 1250, bounce trying off of 658.14, 658.14. QQQ, looking wild as well. Right, QQQ looking wild as well. 1240, 1240. LOD. They just went continuously lower to pummel through the floor today. And now that we did that, we are bouncing at 1240, 1250, 1 hour before FOMC rate cut decision. We have a divergence on the floor. The LOD is 1240, the LOD is 1250 on SPY, QQQ respectively. We are bounce trying. The candle is coming in thick gray now after setting the floor very, very fast out of nowhere. Very, very fast out of nowhere here. Even gapped up on the 1 minute SPX. What a day. Right, that 9:30 open, honestly, today would have been the worst day of my year. Today would have been the worst day of the year, but I basically made, yeah, 8K plus, so negated my losses, basically. I'm still down on the week a little bit, but still, negated my losses big time from yesterday. Big time. 1252, 1250. If I held everything, if I did not sell here, if I held everything, I would be up like 12K or maybe 16, 14K, but like, yeah, that's fucking nuts. I'm not gonna hold through that shit when the market's clearly not doing it then on purpose. You know, I held my out of the money worthless 6595s till here, and they got in profit literally, and I left, but like that is luck. That's luck. You know what I'm saying? There's no way in the world anyone's gonna hold here and be like, oh, I know it's gonna break down like this and go here. All you could do is literally play, leave, play long, play short, leave, let the market do its thing, and then once it does right here, and you're like, oh, it's about to break down, I'll take a risk, right? I called that out live, right? And then somebody printed live 0 DTE, right? New money shorts too as we were going, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? It's crazy fucking hard to hold through this shit, especially 0 DT. Maybe 1 DT, 2 DT, sure, psychologically you're like, fine. Oh yeah, they're going south today. Oh yeah, I'll make money. It's just like, dude, the only way anybody called this shit pattern out is if they were there tonight on the futures. I'm telling you, I called this shit pattern out only because of somebody called it out for me on the futures channel, bro. And I was like, dude, that is something I've never seen before. And clearly, this is something we've never seen before. I mean, you probably have seen this before, but like, you know, a long time ago, things happen unusually at unusual moments, right? All-time high, you're not going to see something like this for a long fucking time. This is literally the setup to trap people at the top before FOMC, and now FOMC here. That's it. 6,620s we went to on SPX yesterday. Just yesterday we were at 6,627. Right now we're below 6,600. You know, making everyone, no one knows what's going to happen into FOMC, post FOMC. It's just the setup is now mass confusion, mass speculation, mass thinking up or down post FOMC, which is what they love, right? Which is what they love. Speculation, estimations, guesses, they fucking thrive on that. So time is 2 p.m. FOMC rate cut decision is here. Crazy. Look, whatever trend line this is to, that did not touch, but I mean, that's from yesterday. But yeah. Downward trend line we are in since Monday, technically speaking, Tuesday as well, holding into today, right? We opened up there. Do you guys remember where the realest people that were here on this channel remember where we opened up? We opened up here at 6,612 and at 9:30 in the morning, and I was like, oh look, we are literally at the horizontal trend line up here. We are above all these yellow boxes. We are blah 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 blah, and look where we are now. But I swear to God, we opened here at 9:30. It was crazy. 9:30, and the only thing that saved all these puts, was the implied volatility into the event today, Wednesday. Right? They could not contain the real direction, or people want to go south. It's just they have to fake it out to go south. So that is why they do this, so that they can pull back. They can go south a little bit. Truly, they just don't want to make it look south. They just don't want anyone to truly short the real direction. They want everybody to go long continuously at the top, and then when they pull back, they're like, why the fuck they pull back? Why are we pulling back? And then, you know, once we pulled back, it's all chaotic and confusion, and they might fly. Just when everybody's bearish, right? Is the reason why they leave these gaps. It's horrendously mean, but I mean, I don't know when that's gonna fill. Today, tomorrow, the day after that, next week, next month, I don't know. Right? All I know is sometimes they're filled, sometimes they're left. The time period, who knows? Right? IWM filled the gap in 2 days, right? 3 days. So time is 12:55 has rejected to 12:55. We are 1 p.m. There's an algo range being created here at the floor, 12:55 and 12:55. Unless one also goes lower, breaking the 1256 low, there's an algo range here. The MACD is continuously being used to go lower, could be as well. Weird ass cycle happening here. Candles look terrifying, to long or short. Time is 1. Time is 1. Relentlessly bearish showing. But we were low here, we went higher, lower, creating volume here, right? Earlier, it was literally a box. There, you did not even see a mountain. You literally just saw a box. And I said there that they just came down so fast, you could expect them to go higher and then lower or something, but that's what they're doing. They're creating volume here. They don't care if the thing goes higher or lower here. They care about the volume being created here so that they can do something later. I don't know. This cycle is weird. I cannot sit here and tell you the thing's gonna bounce or go lower right now. I mean, I could deduct with you and tell you when I think it is about to bounce or not. But we just went lower into an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes before Jerome Powell came on. That is just the reality, and that's a fact. Right. Time is 1. 1250 bouncing, 1250 rejecting on QQQ. So there's a range here, 1250, 1253, that is. Never mind. Sorry, I lied. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab a cup of water. Alright, I'm back. I'm not gonna be trading that big for FOMC. I'll probably be doing like a 2-3K. So let's see. I'm pretty happy with what happened today. I'm just gonna chill out. Right, I think the main play's already been played. You know, this is just like, I don't know, it's very uncertain in 2, so there's no point in playing in 1 to 2 unless there's some sort of really good cycle that sets up. Right, it could set up a really nice bullish cycle and then could run it to FOMC too. That's true. There's a lot of bears down here, so you know, what do? They go extremely low or lower than where everyone thinks on purpose and then switch hands. So that is an expectation to possibly have as well. The SPX put to call ratio is being sent in the group chat now. Time is 1:02 and this graph is live. Sorry. At 1:02 p.m. as of. Vancat says in call now. Nice. Thinking at the 1 p.m. bottom here or something. Hopefully you get a nice boom out here or a nice quick pop. The MACD is coming in super. Alright, having another bullish pop here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So another guaranteed green mountain at the minimum happening right now. Time is 1:05 already. And they are green mountaining. So one of these massive green candles could be best safe exit, or it could be run and then bear trap some of these people as well, right? We went down crazy low today, so I mean things are possible to bear trap a little bit now. Shall we draw the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 box? The 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 box. 3/3, right? So I'm not saying all these people are going to get trapped. I'm saying if the thing bounces to somewhere here, all these people are being used for that move. So we will see. Right, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 the entire day. That does not mean we can't go lower. That just means we need to watch what the cycle and time confirmation here does with the MACD and volume, which is a fair statement. Let's go look at SPX. I love SPX more than SPY and QQQ. So we are breaking down below this, and then we are coming back to some sort of a trend line that we are on. Not a trend line, but a horizontal sloping we could visit. we are visiting right now. Okay, so somewhere up here might be a good risk reward analysis to be like, oh, I just got a nice move from 1 to 105, I'll take profit, you know, because of certain things like the downward trending trend line, like certain things. Now we're breaking up above it, trying. So 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, somewhere here is being used for this 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 as well. And we do not know how high it's going to go, but we do know that it's going from 1250, 1255 rejection to 1 balance to 105. That is what we can confidently call out without lying, without telling people it's going to go higher or lower, without saying, oh, the candle bullish, bearish, right? Just by looking at the cycle. 105. $658.63 we are at. I am still stuck in Tesla. I have not left Tesla. And that thing is bullish into today. So if this FOMC doesn't do crap, going lower into tomorrow, I will leave tomorrow morning no matter what. Alright, tomorrow's Thursday, so it could literally be killed into tomorrow too, but FOMC is the decision maker. Right, the thing did not drop. It went from 420, 405 bounce to, and we are at 420, 416, so it is any bullish wedge. I don't know what the hell it's gonna do, to be honest with you. Right, things are up to FOMC now. Right, Meta is at 773. Right, Google is at 250. Things are literally all over the place. Right, Nvidia is at 169. Things are. Man, I'm glad I'm out of QQQ. I'm glad I'm out of SPX though. Not QQQ. I didn't even short QQQ, but shorting QQQ yesterday would have probably been easier to print today on QQQ than SPX, to be honest, because that thing went continuously lower, no problem. But time is 1:10. SPX is at 6,594. Market did a quick little long from 1 to 105, real quick. You know, throughout all this move, the crazy thing is, you know, calls are still expensive and the puts are expensive. Like, what the fuck? Everything is expensive. Like, how is 6,600 call $2,000 right now? I don't get it. We're $5 below 6K too. Like, this shit. There might be a lot of theta burning into the end of the day too, man. A lot of theta burning into the end of the day. The intrinsic value is keeping all contracts so high, right? And then at the end of the day, theta is gonna get closer and closer to expiry, and all the out of the money, everything is gonna just go crazy low. calls and puts. Like, it's terrifying to see 6,600 at 2K right now. 6,600 is up here. That's, I can't even begin to tell you like how crazy that is. 0 DT. Carlos said theta is high. Yeah. I mean, these options are just being pumped up. Puts are being pumped up. Calls are still pumped up. Everything is just pumped up into the event. 10-10. Right, we tested the bottom of the trend line, right? And I called out somewhere above here is best safe exit, right? And it looks like someone took profit at the tippy top. Venkat said booked profits and call at the tippy top, right? And then we broke out above the downward trend line, and then we are breakout faking out for now. This thing could bounce here too. Time is 110, so 105 rejected. Sorry, 110 rejected at 109, 110 bouncing. So algo range being created here. The thing could bounce here. This does not have to roll down into 115. It already rolled down from 110 to 110, so we'll see. Look, this 5-minute candle shows up as 105, right? But if you go zoom into the 1-minute candle, it shows up as 109, signifying a 110 rejection, and 105 is somewhere here. The line crossing 105. There is a gap up top. The SPX gap is up top, all the way at the top, at 6,611. That is the only 1-minute gap that I see today. IWM, QQQ doesn't have a gap either. IWM, there's no gap on IWM. QQQ, no gap below, no gap above as well. Just the only SPX gap from the 10:45 a.m. rejection. So IWM looking bearish right now, and QQQ holding it. QQQ is rejecting from 105 into 110. SPY is rejecting from 110 into 110. 115 maybe. 115 is here in 6 seconds, so maybe they are going lower into 115. Okay, just because it breaks this doesn't mean it goes lower. If it breaks that, it means it's testing the bottom of the 110 at 115, and then it could bounce. So 50 minutes left until FOMC, and we are ranging using Algo. Algo range box is being played right now. $11:15 or 1:15 time is. $6,000 or 612. 115 is balance trying. We are at the bottom of the SPX trend line. All right, let's get the live stream up. Market is waiting for a good afternoon or good evening. FOMC rate cut live. Associated Press. Right. 25 basis point cut or 50 basis point cut. The market is anticipating a 25-minute basis. Guys, is the speech at 2 or 2:30? Something known as a dot plot, right? A guideline of what they're doing will be released at 2. But I'm getting a rejection at 120. The MACD is slightly coming in bearish. We are within the Algo range. It's not easy. Look at the 5-minute chop, chop down, right? Chop, chop down, chop, chop down, down, chop, chop. $230. All right, thank you. We have slowed things down quite a bit. Let's look. You said the volume is 26 million on FOMC day. We are in negative gamma. Gamma squeeze is a rapid increase in the stock's price or a rapid decrease in the stock's price driven by the hedging activities of the market makers responding to heavy call or put option buying. So when we say that the market is in a negative gamma, it means that the market is being pushed down because of all the hedging activity. When we are saying the market is in a positive gamma, it means that it is being helped push higher in a bullish environment. So right now the market is in a negative gamma, meaning we are pushing lower, trying slightly, ever slowly, continuously until something changes. We have 130 viewers. Let's hit the like button so that we can get the algos kicking in when Jerome Powell comes live at 2. The FOMC rate cut decision is at 2. Live stream at 2:30. The MACD is bullish on SPX, yet we keep going lower because of the gamma. That does not mean we're going to go lower. That just means we keep getting pushed lower. We are at the bottom of the downward trending trend line. We are within the algo range, finding support at 658.40. This is 120 as well, so 120 bouncing, 120 rejecting. Something is a little bit off. Right? Unusual uncertainty right now. Nothing going on, basically. Could even view it as chopping on this trend line. Right, the market is pricing in 25 basis points. Right, I don't think we're gonna get anything out of the ordinary, But yeah, some people are saying that the market's about to get a 50 basis points. That Trump is about to come out saying something if we don't, but. I feel like a lot of data burning will be happening somehow, but I mean, FOMC will be moving us up or down in some way, shape, or form. So, yeah, I am not shorting into FOMC at the minimum. I'll say that right now in front of everybody. I am not shorting into FOMC. I am not. They made everybody go into shorts today, so. Alright, I'm low-key thinking about a long, but even then I'm scared, right? So I'm just gonna wait until he's on, and then wait until a move happens, and then let the market go, and then deduct, and then do it. But like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm fucking scared to even thinking about a short, but I mean, they could be thinking of a short because of that, right? They could be thinking of the gap fill below because of that. So I can't personally think of a 0DT short though at this point. I just have to let the news come out and then let him do his thing. Time is 1:25 in 35 minutes. This session coming out. 125, we are within the 120, 110, 110 range. We are within the 110, 110 range. Not doing much. The bulls and bears are both fighting. They're all being contained. This is SPX, so. Alright, what do you guys think? Alright, let's see in chat. Who is thinking of a short? Who is short? Who is thinking of a long? Who is long into FOMC? Let's see. We're doing a vote right now. Alright, I'm gonna vote in the YouTube in the group chat as well. I am thinking into FOMC. Alright, people said in call. Right now he's talking about, Sean says 670 end the day, so I can laugh. Zio says long. Captain says thinking of a call. PJ says long. Steven says long. Justin says short right, short right. Now up 30%, thinking sideways until FOMC. Okay, and we have 3 people voting long. 4 people voting long. Nobody voting short or neither in the WhatsApp group. That is crazy. Nobody, everybody thinking of a long, and nobody wants to short in this moment. That is, right? That is interesting. Going from 1250 to 125 though, right? I'm also not thinking of a short too, but like that is hilarious to see, right? The public sentiment. Okay, 5 people voted long / I am thinking of a long, and then 1 person voted neither. The intrinsic, or the, sorry, implied volatility is super high right now, so out of the money something is bound to get shredded. Call or put, it is bound to get shredded into closing. Right, maybe they both somehow, but I don't know. I really don't. Time is 1:30. 125 cross the trend line. 1:30. Things are looking terrifying. Things are looking very uncertain. Terrifying short, terrifying long. Because it did the move. And now it's been 1 hour from the floor. It's been 1 hour from the floor. 5-minute coming in bullish ahead of will the 25 basis point cut be bullish for the market? Will it, or will it trigger an exact opposite reaction? Someone says I see a VIX crush after 25. We are somewhere in the middays range. The VIX is at 16.48, dying from 1250. Breaking out of the algo range. 130, 132. EMAs are being turned up north slowly. Okay, the vote says 3 people short, I am short, or I am thinking. 6 people long, or I am thinking long. 4 people neither. So it's very mixed now. Market is bouncing. All right, the people that are long into FOMC, you're long before, right? From somewhere down here, I'm guessing. Right. Let's see how this does. Let's go look at QQQ. Invesco QQQ Trust is also bouncing. We are at the 200 EMA. This is the highest it's been throughout the entire day, except 9:55. Invesco QQQ bouncing into 135. Sorry, the time is 135. 130 past the trend line into 135. The candles are stacking high now. Right, this 3/3 officially been used. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, somewhere down here, right, is now officially used to go bullish into 135 at the minimum. PJ said long at the bottom. Nice. He said swing trade though. So not 0 DT. But still a good rally. Still a good bounce from 658.14. I think 0 DT, that thing would have printed nice. Maybe on that push up too, but like, yeah. They continuously pulling back and then pushing up, so making it super hard unless you long into pullbacks, right? Unless you long into pullbacks, you're truly having a difficult time printing, but they are going continuously. Almost vertically. Wow. On QQQ. Way better climb on QQQ than SPY, but what a climb. Sean says 9K YOLO. What are you in? Loading up 50 contracts, 660 call, 0 DT. You're lying. You're lying, right? If this shit really goes to 660 and you're really in for 9K and you print 90K, you're buying every one of us dinner, okay? You're buying every one of us a party size, sushi platter, alright? $135 per person. Alright, 28 minutes till the start of Armageddon, going higher and lower. 28 minutes ETA. 25 minutes ETA, folks. "25 minutes, here we go, folks." All right. Spoon says I'm gonna inverse that. Who's gonna inverse what he inverses? All right, I'm gonna inverse what he inverses of what the other guy inverses, bro, and I'll print. whatever the market, yeah, I swear, whatever the market makes us think that moment, right? You inverse that, and then somebody inverses that. Yo, we all printing. All right, you inverse the inverse of the inverse. Time is, wow, 1:40 in 11 seconds, and QQQ is trying to push. QQQ is squeezing. We are hitting the algo range possibly. 1040 algo range possibly on QQQ. That is funny as hell. Yeah, QQQ algo range touch, right? So it's more bullish than not. There's all these puts are trapped in the 3/3 right now, showing into Jerome Powell. So now things are getting super interesting and exciting. QQQ pushed through the roof and through the sky to Valhalla territories. We are at almost the middle. QQQ is literally Valhalla territories. We are. I'm drawing the box. I have to draw the box now. We're using the 3/3 box to go higher in the 1/3, 2/3 for now. 1/3, 2/3 somewhere here, and then 3/3. Everybody getting used from 1250. Sorry, from somewhere here, 1215 to 1250 into 1250 to 110, 140. Let's see what happens. That is a crazy box. Right? But now this is bull environment, bull cycle. Maybe at the end of the bull cycle, maybe at the middle of the bull cycle or something, but this is not a bear cycle, at least we could say, from 1250, 1240-ish LOD. So MACD coming in super bullish, like a fucking fish hook on QQQ, almost like a knife fish hook, and a fish hook happening on SPY as well. Time is 1:40. That's absolutely wild to see. The POC got brought down here, and then now we are fish hooking up, right? Fish hooking up. That is something I've never seen before too. Real quick parabolic move from the true bottom, the real bottom, all the way at the real bottom, and then now we're back where we started. 140. Wow. Wow, they printed the puts into 1250, right? 1 hour before FOMC, and they took it back away almost half of it. All right, let's go look at SPX. SPX must be up there right now. 6,600 we are back at. Holy crap. That is pretty strong. All right, move up, move down too. Oh wow. We are above this downward trend that we were in. So now it's massive confusion and chaos as well. Right, it was down here, and then now, right, the bulls are winning, bulls won, and now it's massive confusion and chaos as well up here. Time is 1:40. QQQ. SPY does not want to stop into 1:40. Holy. What a run from the bottom too. All these cycles to create the volume down here, and then it held the floor, and then they broke out and ran. right? Sean, how much did you print? Right? if you put 9K full tilt, what did you do? Wow, nice. Okay, so I got out already. I got scared AF, made $400. Man. Oh, I was thinking you printed 9K real quick. Like, we all going out. Nice. 141. 141. The rate cut decision is in 20 minutes. The speech is in 45. Can you guys type in chat if you guys are long or short, like actually into FOMC and then like holding still? Like I'm actually curious how many people are like actually long and holding, and how many people are like still short and holding or something. I thought the speech was at 2 too, right? As soon as the thing comes out, but it is not. It is at 2:30. Yeah, this is. Can you sell options here? Is the question, right? Like, are they gonna data burn calls and puts? But I'm thinking one side is about to get whacked here, absolutely. But yeah, somehow they go up and they go down. I mean, they fill the SPX gap up top and then they come back down. They could do it, right? People are saying long and holding. Sam says long from the bottom. I guess holding right now too. And Don says QQQ long. Ron says flat. Burnham says 0 DT long and 2 DT long. And Justin says I've been short the whole day. Highest around 35% and sitting at 20% now. Sean says I still got my 36,520 DT I bought yesterday. Okay. Thank you. So mathematically speaking, it looks like more people are a little bit more long than not, right? A little bit more. In our group, at least statistics says. Yeah, I thought Powell speaks at 2 too, but the Associated Press says his live stream is starting at 2:30 p.m. today. So whether it is 2 or 2:30, we will see. But the FOMC rate cut decision is here in 15 minutes. Market rallied for 1 hour. Market rallied from 1240, 1250 to 140, 140, and we are deciding what to do at 140. Right? It might be best safe exit somewhere here to long side, and then it might be better to wait for a cycle to confirm and break the 140 high, and then go higher later too, because there's a cycle building now. I don't know if it's gonna go higher or lower here. There is no cycle confirmation to shorting here. That is a reality. We are maybe at the top of the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bullish run too. That is a reality too. So we will see as the cycle builds and as the candles come. We will deduct through the cycle. When the deductible moment comes with the candle, we will not try to think that this is going to go higher or lower right now, because we don't know. This is a 140 rejection at 142. This is a 140 rejection into 145. 145 could bounce at some point, creating a cycle to confirm to go higher or lower from here. 140 rejected at 142, 140 rejected at 140 into 144, 145, signifying 145. We did have some sort of a parabolic move up here. Parabolic move up, and then now it's creating a cycle at the top. With bears trapped at the bottom, true. With some bulls trapped at the top, true. So it is basically fair game territory. Whichever side is getting hurt more with theta, whichever side they're doing whatever, they're going to cycle, do whatever, and then 2 p.m. going to happen. Spoon said he says 1.5 million puts to 1 million calls. That might be earlier in the day, or is that live right now? Yeah, about 1.5, 1 million volume does sound correct about intraday. Rejection coming. Time is 1:45. This is not a confirmation to short. This is just a 140 to 145. 145 deciding what to do. One single 5-minute candle. Creating a cycle still. Could go lower and bounce, could bounce right now, and then could reject or could not reject. MACD in volume. Trying bearish. MACD in volume. Already bearish. Time is 1:50. $150 is lower than 145. We are at some sort of algo range right now in QQQ. Looks like. Let's go take a look. This is the top of the 1140 candle. This is the bottom of the 1140 candle. We are within an algo range on QQQ. Deciding what to do with this range. We just broke the bottom of it at 150, bouncing. We are not at any algo range on SPY except this one up here. So it could have been a best safe exit at the touch of the 1035, bottom of the algo range. We are headed a little bit lower, trying to touch 658.76. MACD and the volume looking a little bit scary, right? But I called out the reason why you might want to call long and then see what they do because of this, because now they're cycling. Cycling to decide to go higher, cycling to decide to do something, but there might be a bounce at some point. They're going lower from 140, 145, 150, where this could have been the confirmation as well. Too short. 150. 10 minutes. FOMC rate cut decision. 10 minutes. It'll take massive amounts of money to dump here too. There's a lot of things happening right now. There's a bunch of calls stuck up here. There's a lot of puts stuck down here. So they're in the middle of everything. And now they're bounce trying at 150. So they didn't bounce at 145. They slid lower to 150, making everyone think, oh, it's going to flush now, and then now bouncing. Now bouncing at 149, 150. Creating a small head and shoulders using algo range or whatever the hell this is. Whatever the hell this is. There is no head and shoulders on QQQ. It's just a mountain up. There's a head and shoulders forming on SPY. Time to turn on the money printer, or time to turn off. 9 minutes until decision for the September of 2025 FOMC rate cut. Hmm. $150 bounced, $150 trying to reject. Cycles are astronomically tiny. Created a head and shoulders on SPY. QQQ, trying to lose it. Astronomically small cycles happening, but we're going tiny lower with the head and shoulders created. This is weird. Weird thing happening right now. This is almost too perfect, picture-wise. 150 bounce, 150 rejection, 150 bouncing at 151 trying, or we go lower into 155. QQQ heading lower. SPY. I don't trust this shit going lower or higher yet. I don't trust this. Seven minutes. Seven. Man, it is the big moment, guys. 2 p.m. FOMC rate cut decision coming out in 7 minutes. Alright, and Jerome Powell going live at 2:30 today. We will be live streaming. Good morning, good afternoon, good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon. Alright, when he says that, every one of you guys, make sure you say back, good afternoon, right? This is America, so if you love this country, reply back to whenever he says good afternoon, good morning, and we go from there. Right? He's speaking to the whole country. Millions of people tuned in, watching the rate cut decision. No. Five minutes. Let's go take a look at everything before this happens, okay? Apple, Tesla, Nvidia. Chart frozen. Okay. Apple trying to flush. Tesla flying high. Nvidia bounce flying high. Google 1 minute gap down. Meta sideways. 155. All right, make it or break it moment. Wow, candles are flying out. Candles are absolutely flying out. Trying 1 minute candles. Right, expect the $3 candle up or down here. I'm just kidding. SPX 6,600 exactly after visiting 6,588, 6,589. Right, we are at the midpoint of the drop almost. This is basically the mid, not almost. This is, wow, we are right at POC. We went down on purpose. We are right back at POC, the midpoint almost. Time is 1:55. QQQ and SPY, different cycles. Right, SPY and QQQ, different cycles. QQQ wants to be lower than 140. SPY wants to be higher than 140. FOMC rate cut decision in 2 minutes. 3 minutes. QQQ coming with the cycle confirmation shorting, no MACD volume. SPY coming with the confirmation long. Right, both showing different things. Three minutes before FOMC. QQQ showing short and SPY showing long. That is fucking wild. Here we go. Here we go, folks. FOMC. We have 157 people watching. Let's get the like buttons up. Thank you all very much. God bless this country. Let's go. FOMC rate cut decision. ETA 2 minutes. ETA 2 minutes. I'm not in anything and my blood's getting pumping. That's crazy. I'm not in anything and I'm getting adrenaline rush right now. That is crazy work. Let's go. Everybody focus up. Everybody pay attention to what you need to. It's time. Here we go. 55 seconds. 1 minute candle gapping up. Wow. Time is 2. It's not even 2. We're crossing VWAP. Time is 2. Candles are coming. This is pre-FOMC, right? You gotta let the candle close a minute after it comes out at the minimum. Alright, they're going. Okay, time is 3. Time is 2 now. Look at that candle jumping up. 1 minute candle. Huge spike coming. Really trying. Algo range touching. 5 seconds candle closes. I see you guys on the other side. Valhalla territory or McDonald's territory. Valhalla, Valhalla, Valhalla. Going crazy high. Going crazy high, man. What the f... Time is 2. Wow. Oh my. High of the day. Done. SPX gap filled. Done. SPX gap filled, guys. That's it. That's the point. Call done. Holy sh... Wow. right? They gap down. Look at this SPX 1 minute gap intraday and gap filled literally in 1 single minute. SPX intraday 1 minute gap filled, done. Right? Burning all puts, testing all-time high in 1 single minute. Wow. That is absolute. Look at the day. Okay, we gotta look at the 1 minute candle now. High of the day tested. We are at the Monday 9:30 open candle. Alright, 1 minute gap SPX filled. Alright, we called that out, 9:55 left it open, and then they filled it in 1 minute. 2 p.m. candle. 2 p.m. candle. Right, the news is 25 basis point. It says my calls literally went down. What in the F was that? It might be implied volatility dying right now. It might be some weird ass shit going on right now. I have no idea. They might be killing calls and puts in this weird ass candle, even though the candle spiked up fucking crazy on that. Did anybody make money? Like, what happened on calls here? People printed on this? Like, you were able to print from here to here or something? That is crazy. Look, 359 candle gapped up, and then filled. Right, candle gapped up and filled. Time is. We are at the high of the day, 201, 203. Man, imagine holding puts into this shit. They go lower on purpose and they crush them. What did I say? I literally said they're gonna go lower before FOMC, make everybody bearish, right? And then do some stupid stuff. But like, what in the fuck is this? This is so stupid. Oh my lord! Look at the MACD coming in. Right, the gap did not fill. We went lower and then popped up. Wow. Calls have to be printing on this, no? What is this? The VIX died. VIX dead. VIX crushed. That is so crazy. Alright, CNBC says Fed approves quarter-point interest rate cut. Sees 2 more coming this year. Alright, it's September, and it is coming this year. Wow, we are at high today, 661.60. That is absolute. Oh my god. Right, the majority of the people went long, I think, and they printed into that, but like, wow, what the crazy. Someone saying 1.2 million puts and then something, a little bit less calls were absolutely right, I guess, intraday. Alright. Crazy blowout candle. Crazy blowout candle. VIX completely dead. Crazy blowout candle. Yeah. Super bullish. This is 2 more rate cuts this year. That is crazy. They left the SPX 1 minute gap, made it easy for people to long into FOMC or something, and they boomed it up. That is insanity. Right now, in hindsight, you could be like, oh, easy money, but like still, that is insanity. Time is 2:05, and the wind direction is now north, so we will change it on SPY. Wind direction is north in 2:05. The market is bullish after the move that happened today. Right, 2 basis points or 2 cuts at the end of the year, before the end of the year, is crazy. That's a lot, and fast too. Low of the day, right, and then high of the day, 250. Sorry, 205. 661. 72. 6,622. Wow. Let's look at QQQ. 590. Interestingly, QQQ did not break the HOD. That is interesting. So possible divergence closing today. Look at that 1250 made everybody bearish and then ripped it up into two. Wow, bro. He says, hey, look, we are still missing half the average volume on a FOMC day. Yep, thing's not over. That's what they're saying. They're about to go higher, they're about to go lower from here. The thing is not over. And this is no confirmation shorting, 205 to 205. If they rip this down in a little bit, I'm not doing shit, but this is crazy. Yeah, QQQ did not break the high of the day, but SPY and SPX broke it. 205, 205, creating an algo range. Time is 2:10. Mr. Powell is live in 23 minutes. Algo range created. Time is 2:10. The MACD came in crazy bullish and is slightly pulling back at the top. Crazy bullish. Right? Everybody in the world bought on that news or something. 25 basis points. Candles went absolutely parabolic. Absolutely parabolic. And it is now rejecting on QQQ. Time is 2:10. So 205 somewhere here. 210 somewhere here. Damn. And Tesla broke out on that as well, looks like. Someone sent their chart or contract of Tesla. QQQ is pulling back. Time is 2:10. Algo range tested and we're bouncing at 2:10. My Robinhood is frozen. I can't even open anything. That's crazy. Nothing's loading on my Robinhood. Is that just me? Every time I type anything in, I'm getting a white screen. Okay, I guess I can't trade, guys. I don't know. I don't know. It's not. Fucking nothing's showing up. Alright. SPX is bugging out. Right? QQQ. I cannot open anything. It's actually crazy. My thing is stuck. Or glitched out. I can open SPX. Things are moving so fast right now. Nvidia is dumping. Do not get distributed at the top. I have no idea. That was a short-term bounce. All I'm saying is we are at all-time highs right now. Let's be careful. This is crazy. MACD is bearish now. My fucking Robinhood is bugging out. I can open everything in my recent search. I can't type in anything new. It's actually retarded. Okay, going lower. This shit is crazy. I'm not gonna do anything right now. I can't even. I literally can't trade right now. Robinhood is all over the place. NVIDIA went to 171. Is that 170? Tesla. Frozen. Everything frozen. Everything is fucking frozen right now. Flash frozen. Be careful. Flash frozen, man. Things are happening so fast. Mass market order, right? Somebody said there's not a lot of volume for FOMC, right? Well, here it is. Here's the volume. $2 to 230, about to be absolute chop craziness. Time is 2:12. QQQ going lower. God damn, QQQ just dropped from 590 to 588 in 2 seconds. God damn. SPX just went from 6623 to 6600 in literally 2 minutes. God damn, can you fucking believe it? Can you believe it? They pumped the thing like crazy, got everybody in calls, and then this is crazy. God damn. God damn, LOD on QQQ. I cannot believe they're dumping with a 25 basis points, 3 more this year. Right, VIX is going back up. The VIX is going back up. The VIX died from 16.50 to 15.87 and is back at 16.23. LOD broke on QQQ. They're dumping. I'm not dumping. They're gonna chop here. They're chopping. They just hit the LOD and they're back to the. They hit the HOD and they're back to the LOD. So, could chop here. This is crazy on QQQ. Crazy. Crazy. If somebody's holding through puts through all this shit, through FOMC and all that, I can't even begin to tell you how crazy. Look at QQQ right now. I'm gonna zoom on my chart. Look at QQQ right now. Like, do you see this? This is FOMC Jerome Powell right now, guys. They're dumping right now on QQQ. LOD broke. This shit could revert here, but that is disgusting. QQQ moved crazy fast. What? I'm not even trading this right now, but like I was thinking about shorting 1K up there, but like, yeah, fuck that. That's when my Robinhood was bugging out, but like, I'm not in. Going lower, lower. LOD bought a break. LOD broke. LOD broke. Wind direction is south. This is. I can't even begin to tell you how much craziness this is. It's a lot. We just broke the floor in 10 minutes. Alright. This might be distribution at the top. Okay, be careful. Don't get distributed at the top. Alright, all news is bullish. Everything is bullish right now. They're dumping. They're dumping, they're dumping, they're dumping, they're dumping, they're dumping, dumping. Everything dumping. Do not get distributed at the top. I said this 2 days ago, right? This is dumping. They're dumping right now. We're going for the gap fill right now. We're going for the gap fill right now. 657. All volume headed south. Everything headed south. This shit is, god damn. God, oh my god. SPX is at 6,585. They just dumped. 1 minute candle gap down right now. They just set a HOD and pumped it down in 10 minutes. FOMC rate cut decision. 9:30 a.m. Monday level touched like crazy and pumped down and set a LOD. This is a dump. They just used this bullish volume to dump. That is disgusting. Disgusting. They could chop here now too, but like, yeah, the move's now done. That is crazy. Jerome Powell's not even out. What in the fuck is this on SPX right now? Look at this candle on SPX right now. Can you guys believe we just did that? That is disgusting. 6,624. Somebody printed calls. Somebody grabbed puts down here, and now we are at 6,586. We just ripped down 40 points in 10 minutes. The VIX is back where the VIX is back where it was at 2. The VIX is literally back where it was at 2. Crazy. QQQ did not break the HOD, right? And people were like, why did my calls not get spiked? And SPX did. And I said, QQQ did not break the HOD, SPY did. And then we just completely dumped on that. That is abnormal cycle. FOMC today at its finest. Today is a dump day. Finale. Dump day. It was a dump day. I don't know they were gonna fucking do that shit through FOMC, but like, yeah, crazy work. LOD bouncing. And what is that crazy spike candle at the floor too? Chopping now. What the fuck? Oh my god. Who printed big through that? Who stayed safe through that? That is so fast. Oh my god. What a fucking this is crazy. Holy crap. The gap filled on that, man. We gotta go look at SPX on this. SPX 1 hour candle. They really used the FOMC bullishness for a dump. That is crazy. To go gap touch. Look at that gap touch. Oh my god. What is... Guys, look at the 1 hour candle right now. I'm gonna take a picture of this. Look at the 1 hour candle right now. That is not normal. What the f... I'm taking a picture of this. We're gonna leave that on the front cover of our group as a history lesson, history group. That is disgusting. Oh my lord. Oh my god. Man, I'm glad I didn't even play this shit. This is I can't even begin to tell you. There's so hard to perfectly get. I mean, good long, very hard to leave and go short at the top too. I was thinking about a short too, but like I don't want to get stuck again at the tippy top. Like that is freaking nuts. And then they drop 40 points in literally 10 minutes. That is something. Fred said, I held my put through that crazy drop thanks to the 1 and 5 minute MACD. I need some heart medicine now, LOL. Man, dude, all my puts, if I sold at the bottom there, I would be up 20k. I would be up basically 20k, 17k for the day. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like that is literally some insider shit. There's no way I'm holding through all that through FOMC through like, bro. Man, that is literally the global momentum used in the 1 hour, 4 hour, basically. Everything looked crazy bullish into 205. It looked abnormally like we're in all-time highs, right? But the higher time frame all day, the higher time frame since yesterday, the setup was like, oh, we could go lower, we could go gap fill, and then that is the craziest gap fill I've seen yet. But I mean, I say that every damn time, so I guess the market literally on something. Time is 2:20. And Jerome Powell's coming out live in 10 minutes, guys. Okay, the thing is not over. We are cycling here. It's within the new HOD and the LOD. The volume is now coming in after 2 p.m. right? So the day is not over. The day is not over. That has got to be the craziest fucking gap fill ever. I'm not even talking about the 1 day gap fill. I'm talking about the intraday 1 minute gap fill at the top too, and down here at 657 something. Bouncing. Time is 2:22. 2:20 is bouncing into 2:25 trying. 2:25 is here in 35 seconds. Alright, it's as if we're in a new day right now. Nothing is done. Nothing is done yet. We are literally cycling in between the huge ass 5-minute candles. The two huge ass so. Not done. Time is 2:25 and 17 seconds. Right, they could chop here, and then at the end of the day go high. They could chop here, at the end of the day go low. All I know is they filled the 1 minute gap. All I know is they filled the intraday gap below that we've been holding since Monday. And now we are at the middle of everything. We are at VWAP. We are at the middle of everything. There's a bunch of calls trapped. There's a bunch of push trapped. We're chopping right in the middle. We're chopping right in the middle. 2:30. Powell coming on. So in 6 minutes. Time is 2:25. Time is 2:25. Nobody knows what's about to happen here. There's a lot of bulls here. There's a lot of bears here. That's all we do know, because these candles are crazy spiky at the bottom and the top. So we are basically exactly where we are in the middle. So the only people that made money was people that went long left, people that went short left, and then everyone else that is literally that is still stuck is just stuck in the middle of everything. That's what it shows. Time is 2:25. Right. This could be a best safe exit for people that are stuck. It could not be. I have no idea. Right. The puts are also, this could have been the best safe exit for puts too. I don't know. All we do know is that there's a lot, the top and the bottom. All we do know is that we are right at the middle. VWAP. Man, did anyone buy puts at the true top? And did anyone buy calls at the true bottom? Can anyone say that in chat right now? Let's see. Did anyone buy puts at 2? Or did anyone buy calls at 215? That's the true question. Did anyone buy puts at 2? Did anyone buy calls at 215 and left? Because if you did, you got the real momentum. But the thing moves so goddamn quick, you literally have 30 seconds or 15 seconds to make a decision or not, right? So let's see in chat. LSA said I did. Did you go short? Like, what did you do? Right? Syed said, I bought puts at 2 and then left. right? Spoon says I bought puts at 2 and just left. Or left. Okay. Nice. Right? People went long and also left or not. Right? I saw that some people were like, oh, I booked 1,000 or 1,000 point something in Tesla call, or I booked something in call. Some people were saying the thing is moving too fast on QQQ. They were not able to book. Right? I think it is time to send the SPX put to call ratio now. Right? The VIX is dying again. It is going high, low, high. So even the VIX is chopping like nothing right now. You know, the volatility index. Alright, I'm going to show the SPX put to call ratio right now, okay? Do keep in mind, right? It's crazy right now. There's a ton of calls, a ton of puts. Guys, look at this. Everybody look at this right now. Everybody go look at the picture right now. This is crazy. Never seen before something like this. It's freaking crazy. At every single level, it's stacked to the max top with calls. At every single level, it's stacked to the max with puts. Oh my god. Right? From 6555 to all the way to 6655. That's 100 points. Bro, it's stacked to the max with puts and calls. It's stacked to the max with puts and calls. That's what I'm saying. It's insane. Look. That is insane. Right, Roland said bot calls at 201 and then I could not leave. Order wouldn't fill. Damn. Hopefully you got a nice pump up to basically above 201 right now. But yeah. This thing is moving. The thing is moving. We are back above. Previous day 4 p.m. close right now. So SPY is green now, right? I'm telling you, the thing is moving right now because all the volume is now coming in. Okay. Jerome Powell is live in 2 minutes. Let's get the live stream up. Hopefully you got a nice exit right now in QQQ because they're going up. But yeah. There's a lot of calls, a lot of puts. Expect some sort of rejection here. Expect some sort of bounce here as well. That's all I could say right now. There's a ton. Okay, getting the live stream up now. We are watching the Jerome Powell FOMC press conference. We are live.
From the bullpen to the bull market.
Turn in 1 minute. That is, I've never seen a SPX put to call ratio that much before. I've never in my life. That amount of puts, that amount of calls in the 100 point range on SPX, that's the first time intraday. So I expect some sort of choppiness going on into the end of the day. I expect some sort of one side getting crushed. But that is, yeah, it's a lot, man. Alright, good afternoon. Good morning coming. Alright, good afternoon, good morning coming. In 25 seconds. I'm going to call out a best safe exit for calls right here. The MACD is at the most bullish as it could be right now. So, right, there's people stuck at 2, 201, 203, 202. So, the VIX is dying completely again. Right, whatever is going on big time. SPX is at 6,611 after gap filling. 6,612. Right, today's, yo, look at the SPX, right? It looks crazy bullish into today now. It looks crazy bullish after the gap fill, which is insane. Man. The got crushed back to 15.86. Alright, Tesla is at 418. Rejection coming. Alright, best safe exit I called out 1 minute ago. Alright, I have no idea if the thing's gonna really go lower, but I'm just saying. Let's see.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My colleagues and I
Say it,
remain
everybody. Good
squarely focused
afternoon.
on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. While the unemployment rate remains low, it has edged up. Job gains have slowed, and downside risks to employment have risen. At the same time, inflation has risen recently and remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, and in light of the shift in the balance of risks, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a pace of around 1.5% in the first half of the year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles
Rejection
has
at
picked up
230
from
happening.
last year's pace.
Right, algo range being played
Activity
perfectly
in the
for
housing
right
sector
now.
remains weak.
Time is 2:32.
In our summary of economic
I
projections,
called out
the
best
median
safe exit for
participant
cause right
projects
here. I
GDP
called out
to
best
rise
safe exit for cause. I am
1.6%
not
this
in
year
court.
and 1.8% next year, a touch stronger than projected
God
in
damn.
June. In the labor market, the unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but remains
God
little
damn,
changed over
best
the past
safe exit,
year
folks.
at a relatively
Time is
low level.
2:35.
Payroll job gains have slowed significantly to a pace of just
Watch the VIX right now.
29,000 per month
Going
over the
crazy.
past 3 months. A good part of the slowing
is
likely
insane,
reflects
guys.
a decline in the growth of the labor force
The VIX
due
going
to
back up.
lower
Guys,
immigration
be careful
and
here. Don't get
lower
distributed
labor
at the
force
top. That's all I
participation.
could say here. I'm not saying it's going to
Even
go
so,
lower,
labor
but this
demand
is fucking
has
nuts.
softened, and the recent
This is
pace of
fucking
job
nuts.
creation appears to be running below the break-even rate
VIX spiking
needed
up.
to hold the unemployment rate constant. In addition, wage
SPY
growth
is
has continued
red.
to moderate while still outpacing inflation.
Back red. Jesus Christ.
Overall, the market slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers is unusual.
Time is
In
2:35.
this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen. In our SEP, the median projection for
230
the
rejection
unemployment
to
rate is
235.
4.5%
235
at
could
the end
bounce
of
at the
this year
floor.
and edges down
Best
thereafter.
safe exit we called out when it hit the
Inflation has
algo
eased
range. We will see
significantly
what
from its
happens.
highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates
Watch
based
the
on
VIX
the
right
Consumer
now.
Price Index and other data indicate
VIX and
that total
SPX going
PCE
crazy.
prices rose 2.7% over the 12 months
Going
ending
up,
August,
going down, going up, going
and
down.
that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term
this like
measures of
this?
inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on
Why
news
is the
about
picture
tariffs,
flickering like that?
as
AI
reflected in
Powell?
both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.0% this year and falls to 2.6% in 2026 and to 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by 1/4 percentage point to 4 to 4.25%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories
more.
of goods, but
Time
their
is
overall effects on
2:35.
economic
They're going
activity
more.
and inflation remain
Q,
to be
Q,
seen.
Q, dropping through.
A reasonable base
dropping
case
through,
is that
testing
the
the
effects
real
on
floor
inflation
at
will be relatively
235.
short-lived.
This
A
could be a
one-time
bear
shift
trap
in
too.
the
This is a
price
floor
level.
hope at the moment.
But it is
Or
also
unless
possible that the
215 breaks
inflationary
here, this
effects
is
could
not a clear
instead
momentum down.
be more persistent.
Know that.
And that is a risk to be
I am
assessed
not in short.
and managed.
It looks too easy.
Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing
235
inflation
bouncing
problem.
from the floor.
In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming
SPX
data,
coming back up for the
the
third
evolving
time.
outlook,
Big
and the
dying
balance
for
of
the
risks.
third time.
In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual
Chopping.
assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate, based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.6% at the end of this year, 3.4% at the end of 2026, and 3.1% at the end of 2027. This path is 1/4 percentage point lower than projected in June. As is always the case, these
Are
individual
things headed
forecasts
higher?
are
Are
subject to
things headed
uncertainty,
lower?
and
Nobody
they're not
knows.
a committee plan or decision. Policy is not
Everything
on
is getting a
preset
doji
course.
candle. Google,
The Fed has
Apple,
been assigned
Meta,
two
oh
goals
my.
for monetary policy.
Tesla.
Maximum
Progress always has a
Everything
partner.
is getting a doji
With
candle right
exploration,
now.
there's collaboration. With
inflation sustainably to our 2% goal and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well
Okay,
anchored.
headed lower now for the fourth
Our
time.
success in
1, 2,
delivering
3,
on
4.
these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our
See if
actions
this
affect
really does or
communities,
not, man.
families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to our discussion.
Candles are crazy. I want to short into tomorrow,
Thank
but
you.
I'm not
Chris
doing this
Rugaber at Associated Press. As you know, Fed Governor Stephen Myron has continued, kept his position at the White House, even as he's joined the Fed board. This is the first time, I believe, the Fed's board has had someone with executive branch ties in decades. Does this compromise the Fed's independence from day-to-day politics? And relatedly, how can you maintain the public's perception the Fed is politically independent with this dynamic? Thank you.
So we did welcome a new committee
This is
member
the biggest
today, as we
doji
always
candle
do,
in
and the committee
history.
remains
Just know that.
united in pursuing
At
our
all-time
main-
highs, the
our dual
1 hour
mandate
candle.
goals.
So whatever you guys are
Um,
doing here, just
We're
make sure
strongly
you
committed
understand
to
what you're
maintaining
doing.
our
This is
independence, and beyond
the
that, I really
biggest
don't have
doji
anything to
candle
share.
in the 1 hour we have ever gotten at
You and
all-time
other Fed
highs.
officials have spoken
661.
extensively about the impact of tariffs on
657.
inflation. Although perhaps
So,
with many companies appearing to eat the
good luck.
tariffs,
Anything.
tariffs may be impacting the
I
labor
also
market
think
and other
that
parts
this
of
is
the
a
economy
range that they're
instead.
playing with. They need to
Do
break
you
out
see
or
that
break
as a
down or
possible
something for
outcome here?
anybody.
That tariffs are the reason we're seeing some slowing, particularly in the labor market, rather than in inflation?
Going lower.
You know, it's certainly possible. You know, we're beginning to see, we have begun to see goods prices showing through into higher inflation, and actually the increase in goods prices accounts for most of the increase in inflation, or perhaps
The
all of the increase
contracts
in
are
inflation
so
over the course of
expensive
this
right
year.
So expensive.
Those are not very large effects at this point, and we do expect them to continue to build over the course of the rest of the year and into next year. And you know, it's also possible
Hello,
and
detesting
that
right
there
now.
may be effects
Time is
on
2:40.
employment, but that I would say if you're looking at why
LOD
employment
broke
is
right
doing
now.
what it's doing, that's much
Right,
more
wind
about the
direction
changing
is more
immigration.
south.
So the supply of workers has obviously come way down. There's very little growth, if any, in the supply of workers, and at the same time, demand for workers has also come
Wind
down quite
direction is
sharply.
south. Into
And
240.
to the point where we see what I've
Q.
called a curious balance.
Did not.
It's, you know, typically when we say things are in balance, that sounds good, but in this case, the balance is because both supply and demand have come down quite sharply. Now demand coming down a little more sharply because we now see the unemployment rate edging up.
SPX is at 6,583. 6,580.
Nick
Crazy.
Torres, Wall Street Journal.
Fucking crazy.
Chair Powell, do economic conditions and the balance of risks
my
no
God.
longer warrant a restrictive policy setting?
So I don't think we can say that. What we can say is this, that over the course of this year, we've kept our policy at a restrictive level, and people have different views, but a clearly restrictive level, I would say. So, and we were able to do that over the course of this year because the labor market was in very solid condition with strong job creation and all those things. I think if you go back to April and now look at the revised job creation numbers for May, June, July, and August, you can I can no longer say that. So what that means is that the risks were clearly tilted toward inflation. I would say they're moving toward equality. Maybe they're not quite out of equality. We don't need to know that. But we do know that they've moved meaningfully toward greater equality, the risks between the two goals, and that suggests that we should be moving in the direction of neutral, and that's what we did today.
Under what circumstances would a larger than 25 basis points rate cut be warranted, and how seriously was that option entertained at your meeting this week?
There wasn't widespread support at all for a 50 basis point cut today. You know, I think we've done very large rate hikes and very large rate cuts in the last 5 years, and you tend to do those at a time when you feel that policy is
Time is
out of
2:41.
place and needs to move quickly to a new place. That's not at all what I feel certainly now. I feel like our policy has been doing the right thing so far this year. I think we were right to wait and see how tariffs and inflation and the labor market evolved. I think we're now reacting
Truly
to
want to go lower right now, man.
to the much lower level of job creation and other evidence of softening in the labor market, and saying, well, those risks are maybe not fully balanced, but moving in the direction of balance now, and so that warrants a change in
my
policy.
God.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. Should we be viewing today's cut as the committee taking out some insurance against the possibility
I
that
would
the
be
labor
up
market is at
22K
risk
if
of
I had
weakening?
everything.
Or is it the committee's view that
Some
the
stupid
dynamics
number.
of a downturn are already
Oh
in
my
place?
fucking God.
I guess I'm just trying to square the shift in the rate forecast in the SEP towards more cuts than just 3 months ago, with the fact that the forecast for unemployment didn't change.
They're going lower.
Yeah, I think you could think of this in a way as a risk management cut, because
They're going
if you
lower
look at
now.
the SEP, actually,
Now.
the projections for growth this year and next actually ticked up just a little bit, and inflation and unemployment didn't really move much. So what's different now? What's different now is that you see a very different picture of the risks to the labor market. You've seen, we were looking at 150,000 jobs a month at the time of the last meeting, and now we see the revisions and we see the new numbers. And I don't want to put too much emphasis on payroll job creation, but it's just one of the things that suggests that the labor market is really cooling off, and that tells you that it's time to take that into account in our in our policy.
The SEP, once again, the median participant has inflation higher than previously expected by the end of next year, and the Fed not getting back to the 2% target until 2028. So I guess I'm just wondering how you characterize the risk to price pressures of kicking off a series of cuts at this point.
Yeah, so I would look at it this way. We fully understand and appreciate that we need to remain fully committed to restoring 2% inflation on a sustained basis, and we will do that. At the same time, we've got to weigh the risks to the two goals. And I would say since April, to me, the risks of higher and more persistent inflation have probably become a little less. And that's partly because the labor market has softened, GDP growth has slowed.
245.
So I would just say that the risks there have been less than one might think. And in terms of the labor market, what we're seeing is unemployment is still low. It's still a relatively low rate, but we're seeing downside risks.
15-minute candle, bull trap at the tippy top, confirmation,
Michael
shorting,
McKee from
lower low.
Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Stupid crazy.
A little confused by your explanation of the
range
Fed
broke
cutting
down.
rates
We're
because
at
of unemployment. If you
6,500.
think that most of what's happening in the
72.
employment area is related to immigration, which your rate cuts wouldn't address.
They're busting it down, Tatiana.
How do you see
today,
that
right?
As more
They're busting
important
it down,
than
Tatiana,
inflation, which has
today.
remained almost a full percentage point above your target?
Well, I was saying that what's happening in the labor market has more to do with immigration than it has to do with tariffs. That
SPX
was
is
the
down
question
38
I was
points.
answering. So I wouldn't say that all of what's happening in the labor market is due to tariffs. I mean, you clearly have a slowing in it due to immigration. You clearly have a slowing in demand,
I'm not in anything
which is
right
now perhaps more than
Insane
that
bearish.
in supply, and we know that because the unemployment rate has ticked up. So, that's what I meant by that.
I think a follow-up. Every year since 2015, the SEP has forecast that you would hit your target 2 years later. And this year, this SEP says you're going to hit your target 2 years later. 2% does not seem to be in sight. Does that suggest
burning
that
all calls
the
from 2
2%
p.m.
target is not really achievable? And does this present any credibility problems for you in telling people that that's what you're going to do if you can never reach it?
Well, I mean, you're right. It does say we're going to get to 2% inflation in 2028, at the end of 28. But that's literally how you put the projections
Straight up
together.
shredding.
You're writing down a rate path, which is
Burning all
designed to
calls
create,
from 2 p.m.
over the
roof.
course of the SEP
245.
time frame, 2% inflation and maximum employment too. So that's all that is. No one really knows where
So
the
much
economy will be
FOMO
in
right now.
3 years.
You don't
But the
understand.
nature of the exercise is to
I
write down
cannot go
policy
back
that
in
you
this
believe would
situation,
return to
in
the
this
2%
environment.
goal over at least
So much
at least by
FOMO
the
right
end
now.
of the,
You do not understand
exercise.
right now.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC
Okay.
News.
Pure.
The latest inflation report shows
dump.
that prices are still going up across key
Pure
categories for many households,
absolute
including groceries.
dump.
What will the
Thursday,
Fed do
Friday,
if prices
Monday,
pick up more?
Tuesday, Wednesday.
So our expectation, and
From the
you
top.
can see this consistently through the
Right.
year, has been that
Distribution
inflation
at the top.
will move up this year, but that basically because of the effects on goods prices from
65,
tariffs,
64.
but that those will turn out to be a one-time price increase as opposed to creating an inflationary process. That's been
dumb.
our forecast. Pretty much all the individual forecasts say that. We can't just assume that, though, right? We have to. Our
man.
job is literally to make sure that that is what happens, and we will do that job. Right now, the situation we're in is that we see inflation.
Right. Let's
We
be
continue
careful
to
here.
expect it to
Time
move
is
up, maybe not as high
2:45,
as
and
we
they
would have
already
expected
shredded
to move up
$5, $6.
a few months
so
ago. The pass-through of the tariffs into inflation has been slower and
65,
smaller.
61.
The labor market has softened. So the
VIX
case
has
for
spiked
there
up.
being a persistent inflation outbreak
The VIX
is less. And so that's why we
16.5.
think it's time for us really to acknowledge that the risks to the other mandate have grown and that we should move in the direction of neutral. So what will we do? We'll do what we need to do, but we have two mandates and we try to balance them. For a long time, our framework says that when our two goals are in tension, and this is quite an unusual situation, how do we decide what to do? Because our tools can't do two
Bouncing
things
at
at once.
245 into 250.
What we do is we ask which is farther from, how far is each from the goal and how long is it expected to get to the goal?
Time
So,
is
and then
250.
we
They
think
are
about those
bouncing
things
from
and
the
we
floor
see,
at 245
as I
when it
mentioned,
looks
we've
super
been,
bearish at
our policy had been really skewed toward
6,561. We are
inflation
up
for a
20
long
points
time,
from that.
really. Now we
The thing
see
is moving
that
insane
there's
right now.
downside risk clearly in the labor market, and so we're
Okay.
moving in the direction of more neutral policy.
How concerned are you about the slowdown in the
Somebody
jobs
shorted
market
at the
for
top here,
households
bro.
at home,
You
especially
basically
younger
got
Americans
50
struggling
points.
to land a
Can
job?
you imagine? You got
So
50
it's
points.
an interesting labor market. And
50 points!
Obviously, we think it's
Oh my
appropriate
God.
that we reduce our rates so that we become more neutral, which presumably will be better for the labor market. You see
50
people
points.
who
that
are
is
sort of more at the margins, so
6,613
kids
to
coming out of college and
6,561.
younger
What the
people, minorities are having a hard time
250.
finding jobs. The overall job finding rate is very, very low. However, the layoff rate is also very low. So you've got a low firing, low hiring environment,
God
and the
damn,
concern
man,
is
that
that
is
if
absolutely
you start to
crazy.
see layoffs, the people who are laid off there won't be a lot of hiring going on. So that could very quickly flow into higher unemployment. In a healthier economy, healthier labor market, there would be jobs for those people. But now the hiring rate is very, very low. So that's been a growing concern over the last few months. And it's one of the reasons why we think it's appropriate that we begin to shift our policy focus toward a more balanced one.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chair, in the past, during rate cuts, you used the word recalibration. And I wonder if you pointedly did not use it this time. And in fact, when you said policy is not on a preset course, did you mean that as sort of the opposite of recalibration? Are we meeting to meeting, data point by data point? Are we in the process here
Time is
of getting back to neutral? Thank you.
So I think we're in a meeting by meeting situation. We're going to be looking at the data. You know, let me say a word about the SEP really here. So we often point this out. What the SEP is it's an accumulation of the individual projections of 19 people, showing what they believe at a particular moment in time to be the most likely path for the economy and thus
Hey guys,
the
that's what we
appropriate
do.
path for monetary
Community
policy
poll.
as well. And as you know, we don't.
That's
we don't
what we
debate
do.
or
Community poll.
Try to agree on what that is. We just
That
write
is
them
funny.
down and accumulate them. We do sometimes discuss them, and so we always say we're not on a preset path, and we really mean that. The actual decisions we make are going to be based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks at the time the decisions are actually made. So you will have seen that we have 10 participants out of
SPX
19
put the call
who
ratio
wrote
being
down
updated
2
now.
or more cuts for the remainder of the year, and 9 who wrote down fewer than, in fact, in a good number of cases, no more cuts. So rather than looking at this as certainty, I would encourage people, as always, to look at the SEP as through the lens of probability. And so there are different possible outcomes.
You just heard what he
and
said.
likelihoods
Probabilities.
rather than
That's the market.
This one is certain and
Probabilities
this one
in
isn't
the
happening.
time
So that's
slots
what I would
that
say.
there are left, making up
For
the market.
getting to my follow-up question, which was, is the dispersion in the outlook a sign of
All right,
uncertainty?
let's
of
get the
policy
like buttons up,
in
guys.
the-
We
in
have
the meetings to
150
come? Thank
people
you.
here now.
You know, it is such an unusual situation.
Hit the likes.
Ordinarily,
Going
when
lower,
the
try.
labor market is weak, inflation is low. And when the labor market is really strong, that's when you got to be careful about inflation. So we have a situation
LOD
where we
20
have
points
two-sided
again.
risk. And that means there's no risk-free path. And so it's quite a difficult situation for
LOD
policymakers.
broke,
And
man.
it's
Oh
not
my
at all
God, time is 250
surprising
and they're
to
going
me
even
that
more
you
lower
have
into
a
255,
range of
253.
views.
They're
It's
going
not
even
so
more
much
lower right now.
about
That is disgusting.
having different views for the path of the economy.
Oh
It's
my,
partly that, but
straight
it's also
dump.
partly about what's the right thing to do in light of this
Straight dump.
of the tension between the two goals. How do you weight them? How worried are you about one versus the other? And so
Time is
it's natural. I
2:55.
think it would actually be surprising if you
LOD.
didn't have a pretty wide range of views based on,
255, they went
in this
lower
kind of
into-
highly unusual
They
situation,
don't
and we
give
do.
no craps
So,
today. They just went down 25
but,
points
you know,
on
we
SPX.
get
like
together, we
nothing.
discuss. We have a great discussion, and then we
6,582,
decide what to do when we act. But,
6,555,
you're right,
30
there-
points.
that
Nothing.
It's a wide dispersion of views, and I think that's understandable and natural in the current situation.
Oh my God, man, this is fucking crazy.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico.
Today is the day.
You've talked a lot about Fed independence
Today
and the
is the day.
importance of it over the years, but as markets have questions
NBC
about
says
what
S&P
exactly
500
President Trump's
slides
intentions
after
are with
Jerome
the Fed,
Powell.
what would you point to as the things they should be watching
That calls
to
Fed rate
determine
reduction
that the
just
Fed
a
is
risk
still making
management cut.
decisions based on, the economic outlook rather than political considerations?
Look, it's deeply in our culture to do our work based on the incoming data and never consider anything else. That's just everybody who's at the Fed really feels strongly about that way. So, you know,
I would
you'll
be
know
at
it by the way we talk about
$33,000
what
right
we're
now.
doing, by the speeches
I
that
had
people
everything
give, by
plus.
the decisions that we make. You'll know that we're just still going to do that.
Even
That's
more.
all we
I
do.
don't even fucking know. I'd stop
And we
checking.
don't frame these
Pissing me off.
questions at all or see them in terms of political outcomes. I think when you get to another part of Washington, everything is seen through the lens of does
I don't
it
even
help or
want it,
hurt
dude.
this political party, this politician. You know, that's the framework. And I think people find it hard to believe that that is
Look
not
at my
at all the way we
6620s.
think
I'm
about
not even
things.
fucking kidding.
At
The
the
shit's
Fed, we're
literally at
taking a longer
$60 now.
perspective.
Like that's the
We're
fucking sell I
trying to,
wanted, but like I
serve the
cannot
American people as
have
best we
imagined
can.
this today.
So I think you would be able to tell.
$50,
I don't
what the
believe we'll ever
fuck?
get to that place. You know, I would say we're doing our work exactly as we
Oh
always
my
have now.
God.
And people they're making their arguments, and we're having a great discussion around
Great
these
cut
challenging issues.
decision. Dumb.
So
Do you see the court case around Lisa Cook as being related to questions of Fed independence?
you know, I see it as a court case that it would be inappropriate for me to comment on.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. So we saw the preliminary benchmark revisions down 911,000. The revisions for June were the first negative revisions we've seen since December of 2020.
Like 50,000
How can the
I'm not
Fed
even
base
lying.
important decisions on rate and what to do with the interest rates on data that seems to be, as you've called it in the past, noisy?
So on the QCEW, the revision that we saw was almost exactly what we expected. It was amazing how close the expectation was. So, and the reason for that is, for the last bunch of quarters, there's been almost a predictable overcount. And I think
I called out at 2:45. They're burning all calls too. But like, wow, man,
it's got to do. Of course, it has something to do with low response rates, but it's also got to do with what's called the birth-death model, because a good amount of job creation happens around new companies and how many go out of business, how many are founded, and it's just really hard. You can't survey for that. You've got to have a model that predicts that, and it's quite difficult to do, especially when the economy is undergoing big changes. So, and they've been working on that and are making progress on it. But the data we get is still good enough for us to do our work. To the extent we have issues around data right now, it's about low response rates. That's happened all over really. Response rates are just lower to surveys now, both in and out of the government. And it's no great secret. We want higher response rates, and we need those to have, less volatile data. And the way to get that is to make sure that the agencies that collect the data have sufficient resources to drive higher response rates. It's not a complicated problem, but that's what it takes. It's not a mystery. That's what it takes. The other thing I'll say,
255 bouncing.
In the case of the job creation, the response rate is quite low for the first month, or lower for the first month. By the time you get to the second or third month, you're still collecting responses for that last month, for that prior month, and you get to the place where the data are much more reliable by the second and certainly the third month. So it's not that we don't get the data; it's just that we get it a little later.
But for the benchmarks, if that holds, it's 51% of the jobs that we thought were there weren't really there. It shows a weaker job market coming into this year. If you had had that information, would it have changed your mind related to where the interest rates should be? Should there have been a cut earlier?
We have to live life looking through the windshield rather than the rearview mirror, as you know. And all I can tell you is we see where we are now, and we take appropriate action, and we took that appropriate action today.
Thanks. Howard Schneider with Reuters. So, as you mentioned a minute ago, some margins of the job market would suggest that the slide's already happening. A black unemployment rate in August was above 7%, declining work week, difficulty among college graduates finding work, rising youth unemployment. Why do you think a quarter percentage point now is going to arrest that?
Burning
puts. I didn't say that I thought a quarter point would make a huge difference to the economy, but you've got to look at the whole path of rates.
Right, I can see some sort of bounce somewhere here, but I have no idea about
in,
all the way back up again.
Expectations. I mean, our market works through expectations, right?
That's
so
70 points. You guys have to realize we just dropped 70
I think
points.
It's important that we use our tools to support the labor market. And we do see signs like that. I did mention that.
You
see
literally 75
minorities,
points.
unemployment going up. You see younger people who are more vulnerable economically, more susceptible to economic cycles. That's one of the reasons, in addition to just overall lower payroll job creation, that shows you that at the margin the labor market is weakening. I would also point to labor force participation. Some part of the significant decline in labor force participation over the last year has probably been cyclical in nature rather than just the usual aging process. So we put all those together, and we see that the labor market is softening, and we don't need it to soften anymore, don't want it to. So we use our tools, and it starts with a 25 basis point rate cut, but the market's also pricing in a rate path. I'm not blessing what the market's doing at all. I'm just saying it's not just one action.
Bullish.
As a follow-up to that, the growth mix right now seems very concentrated in investment and on the consumer spending side in the higher income groups.
Crazy
Do you feel
move.
that that's an unsustainable mix for the economy moving forward?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, you're right. Those are two. We're getting unusually large amounts of economic activity through the AI build out and corporate investment. I don't know how long that will go on. No one does. In terms of spending, you saw that the consumer spending numbers were well above expectations, and that may well be skewed toward higher.
We just went from
earning consumers. There's a lot of
654.15 to
anecdotal
658.
evidence to suggest that. Nonetheless, it's spending. So I mean, I think the economy is you know, it's moving along. Economic growth is going to be 1.5% or better this year, maybe a little better. Forecasts have been coming up, as you can see. So labor market unemployment is low, but you know, downside risks, but it's still a low unemployment rate. So that's how we see it.
Hi, Stephanie Rule, MSNBC. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said that the Federal Reserve suffers from mission creep and institutional bloat. He's now calling for an independent review. Would you support an independent review, or are you open to any sort of reform in any areas of the Fed?
I, of course, am not going to comment on anything the Secretary says or really any other.
Ordering food for work used to mean stacks of receipts and spreadsheets. But with EasyCater, all that paperwork...
What do you mean?
You know, we just went through a lengthy and I think very successful process of updating our monetary policy framework. I would say there's a lot of work going on.
You guys saw that? We just ran up 50 points from the floor again. What the?
Assets we have in the Federal Reserve Bank Federal Reserve system.
6,551. We're at 6,600.
Are they the right size? We're actually going through a 10% headcount reduction through the whole Fed, including the board and all the reserve banks. The employment at the Fed at the end of that will be basically at the same level it was more than 10 years ago.
6,595 call went from at the top $4,000 to literally $300. What the?
So I think we're certainly open to constructive criticism and ways to do our jobs better.
Not an independent review?
We're certainly open to.
God damn, money moves out in and out.
Always trying to do better.
Mr. Chairman, Neil Irwin with Axios. There's been some debate lately on whether AI is already starting to affect the labor market in terms of lower labor demand, higher productivity by contrast. Do you buy that? And if that is true, does that have implications for the monetary policy setting?
So there's great uncertainty around that. I think my view, which is also a bit of a guess but widely shared, I think, is that you are seeing some effects, but it's not the main thing driving it. And so particular focus on young people coming out of college.
Absolute insane. 2:55
and yeah, there may be
book
something
cuts,
there. It may
like
be that companies or other institutions that have been hiring younger people right out of college are able to use AI more than they had in the past. That may be part of the story. It's also part of the story, though, that job creation more broadly has slowed down. The economy has slowed down. And so it's probably a number of things. But yeah,
5-minute run. You see that?
It's probably a factor. Hard to say how big it is.
2:55 to 3.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. What evidence do you see of tariffs showing up in inflation?
Well, if you can take goods, just sort of the broad goods category, and last year, goods inflation was negative. If you go back 25 years, that was the typical thing. Was that goods inflation was goods prices generally went down, even adjusting for quality. So that was not the case during the pandemic, of course. Goods inflation went very high, but we had essentially returned to zero or slightly negative inflation. Now, I think goods inflation over the course of the past year is 1.2%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a big change. So we think, I mean, analysts have different views, but we think it's contributing, 0.3 or 0.4, something like that, to the current core PCE inflation reading, which is 2.9%. So it's contributing. What seems to be happening is that, the tariffs are mostly not being paid by exporters, mostly being paid by really the companies that sit between the exporter and the consumer. So if you buy something and you sell it to retail or you use it to make a product, you're probably taking a lot of those costs on and not able to pass it fully along to the consumer yet. That appears to be what we're seeing. All of those companies and entities in the middle, they'll tell you that they have every intention of passing that through in time, but they're not doing that now. To the consumer, the pass-through has been pretty small. It's been slower and smaller than we thought. But the evidence is it's very clear that there's some pass-through.
I also wanted to ask if you could share with us the conditions under which you might consider leaving the Fed in May.
420.
I have nothing new on that for you today.
Hi, Katerina Saraiva with Bloomberg News. I just wanted to follow up on one of your answers just a couple minutes ago. We've often heard you talk about how you and your colleagues, do not think about politics. This does not enter the room. But one of your new colleagues does come from this world, right, where everything is seen through this framework of politics and of what party is being helped, and that person is still employed by the White House. How can markets and the public interpret, some of his speeches, for example, and then some of, the forecasts that we see today? I mean, the median for this year was moved because of the introduction of his forecast. I'm talking about the number of rate cuts seen this year. What do you say to markets and the public that are trying to interpret, what you guys are saying?
So there's 19 participants of whom 12 vote, as you know, on a rotating basis. So no one voter,
visiting 6,550.
can really. The only way for any voter to really move things around is to be incredibly persuasive, and the only way to do that in the context in which we work is to make
almost as if this
really
didn't
strong
happen.
arguments based on the data and one's understanding of the economy. That's really all that matters, and that's how it's going to work. And I think that is the way the institution, that's in the DNA of the institution. That's not going to change.
And then I wanted to ask about a Gallup poll that showed that Americans now have more confidence in the president than the Federal Reserve when it comes to doing what's right for the economy. Why do you think that is, and what's your response? What's your message to the public?
Our response is we're going to do everything we can to use our tools to achieve the goals that Congress has given us, and we're not going to get distracted by anything. So
6,550.
That's what we're going to do. We're just going to keep doing our jobs.
80 points. We are back at the 9:30 a.m. Monday box.
Given the range of views expressed prior to the meeting, I think there was a lot less dissent today than a lot of people expected. It'd be good to know just what you think the drivers were of coming to that very strong consensus in the meeting, and also on the flip side to just explain why the dot plots are really so scattered between, someone even expecting rates to end up higher by the end of the year to 5 cuts. I mean, what were the kind of range of views you heard about, on one side, why there was so much support for a cut today, and on the flip side, why there's so much divergence about what comes next?
So I think there's quite a wide assessment that the situation has changed with respect to the labor market. Whereas we could still say, and did say in July, at the time of the July meeting, that the labor market was in solid condition, and we could point to 150,000 jobs per month and many other things. I think that the new data that we've had, and it's not just payrolls, it's other things as well, suggests that there really is meaningful downside risk. I said there was downside risk then, but I think that downside risk is now a reality, and there's clearly more downside risk. So I think that's broadly accepted. And so that meant different things for different people. Some wrote down, almost everyone wrote down, supported this cut, and some supported more cuts and some didn't, as you will see from the dot plot. So that's just the way it is. I mean, people have, you have people who take this work very seriously, think about it all the time, do their work, discuss it with our colleagues. We endlessly discuss this.
We're about to chop somewhere here and close.
Between ourselves, and then we have a meeting where we put it all out on the table, and this is what you get. And you're right, there's a range of views in the dots, and I think that's,
crazy
like I said,
volatility. The VIX
very
died.
unsurprising given the
15.45.
quite unusual historically unusual nature of the challenges that we face. But let's remember, though, the unemployment rate's 4.3%. The economy's growing at 1.5%. So it's not a bad economy or anything like that. We've seen much more challenging economic times. But from a policy standpoint, the standpoint of what we're trying to accomplish, it's challenging to know what to do. There are, as I mentioned earlier, there are no risk-free paths now. It's not incredibly obvious what to do. So we have to keep our eye on inflation. At the same time, we cannot ignore and must keep our eye on maximum employment, which is those are our two equal goals. And you will see that there's a range of views on what to do. Nonetheless, we came together today at the meeting and acted with a high degree of unity.
Thank you. Archie Hall from The Economist. You mentioned earlier that job creation was running below your guess at its break-even rate. I'd be curious to hear a bit more about that and where you think the break-even rate is. So there are many different ways to calculate it, and none of them is perfect. But it's clearly come way down. You could say it's somewhere between 0 and 50,000, and you'd be right or wrong.
Can't even get a good limit order entry for anything.
So wherever it was, 150,000, 200,000 a few months ago, it's come down quite significantly, and that's because a very lower amount of people are joining the labor force. The labor force really not growing much at this point, and that's a lot of where the supply of labor was coming from over the last.
What in the hell is that balance off of 255
at
the 3?
We've got much lower
everything
demand.
balanced. Can you believe it? Everything, literally everything. I'm not even joking.
Supply
like
and
everything.
demand have really
Tesla,
come down
Nvidia,
together so far.
Apple,
except now
Meta,
we do have
Google,
unemployment ticking up outside, just one tick outside of the range where it's been for a year. 4.3% is still a low level.
Right at that time.
But
now
I think this level of this speedy decline in both supply and demand
I didn't even join
gotten everyone's attention.
600 puts, right? Them things are
you
going down.
mentioned the downside risk to employment.
Things are going up.
But it's striking that measures of kind of activity and output for the third quarter, those that we have, seem pretty strong. The Atlantic Fed's GDP now is very strong. You mentioned strong PC numbers as well. How do you square those things? Is there a chance actually could be upside risk to the labor market if those activity measures are right?
Well, that would be great. We'd love that to happen. So
like,
I don't know
can you tell me 600 put is lower than what it was here?
Is holding in, and it's
this market is no joke.
From consumption, it looks like consumption was stronger than expected. What we got earlier this week, I guess. And also we're getting a fairly narrow sector is producing a lot of economic activity, which is the AI build out and business investment. So
V forming.
We watch all of it,
sort of
and I would say we did move up the median for growth for this year. Actually moved up.
We cannot get above the 930
between
open
the June and September
Monday
SEPs. So and really the inflation and labor market didn't change much. It's really the risks that we're seeing to the labor market that were the focus of today's decision.
Nicole. Hi, Nicole Goodkind with Barron's. Thank you for taking my question. Given the cumulative impact of high interest rates on the housing sector, I'm wondering how concerned you are that current rate levels are exacerbating housing
when the red candles are going down, the put that I was eyeing was literally going down. I don't even think I could trade this right now. This is some sort of unusual
housing
environment.
is an interest.
I'm scared if I even get in, I can't get out. Like this
so it's at the very center of
I don't understand how the put is going lower as the candles are coming red,
when the pandemic
when it
hit,
drops, the put goes high. It's just so
zero,
stupid right now, man. So
the
many things that play.
Housing companies were incredibly grateful, and it was really, they said that was the only thing that kept them going.
Volatility,
theta. We cut so aggressively and provided credit and things like that, and they were able to finance because we did that.
I was going to take a 600 put, but like this is madness out here. I can't even trade this.
You're right. It does burden the housing industry.
It's literally at 800. I don't understand. I literally don't understand what's going on.
Have come down a bit, and
this
as
is
that
so
happens,
weard.
we don't set mortgage rates.
This is so weird. Like
rate changes do tend to affect
there's billionaires and millionaires just selling and buying at wherever it's
fucking nuts. Raise demand. Lower borrowing rates for builders will help. Get builders will help supply. And so some of that should happen. I think most analysts think that
IV
you
crushing
have to
like
be
nothing
pretty
right
big
now.
changes for it to matter a lot for the
VIX
big changes
crushing
in
as
rates
well.
for the to matter a lot for the housing sector.
It's impossible to trade
And
puts
the
now,
other thing
right?
is
It
by
was possible
by
earlier,
achieving
but this
maximum
is
employment and
impossible.
price stability, that's a
I
strong
can't even
economy.
think of
That's a
going
good
long right here because they
economy
already
for,
did a 50.
for housing.
They did
And
a
then the last thing
100-point
I'll
rally.
say is,
Sorry, 75
you know, there's a
points.
deeper problem here. There's not a cyclical problem that the Fed can address, and that just is a pretty much nationwide housing shortage. Or a lot of places in the country just don't have enough housing for people, and you know, all of the areas around metropolitan areas like Washington, for example, are very built up, and so you're having to build farther and farther out, and so that's where it is.
And just a quick follow-up. During the last
In
SEP
1 minute,
press
right?
conference following the last SEP,
315 call, 1K. It's at
1.7K.
1.7K. Like, this shit is impossible to trade.
Their projections,
This
and I'm wondering
shit
if you still feel that way.
You know, forecasts.
What kind of jump
forecasting
is this?
very difficult even in placid times, and as
Dude,
I've
a
mentioned
$400
before,
call at
forecasters are
255
humble a lot
went
with
to
much to be humble
2K
about.
at 310.
So I think right now is a particularly challenging time, even more uncertain than usual.
Life-changing
And
things
so
happening.
I don't know any forecaster anywhere really. Ask any of the forecasters whether they have great confidence in their forecast right now. I think they'll honestly say no.
Time is 3:20 and 14 seconds.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. If you're cutting rates, why continue to reduce the size of your balance sheet, then pause the unwinding?
Well, I think we're cutting the size of our balance sheet quite marginally now. As you know, with the balance sheet, we're still in an abundant reserves condition, and we've said that we would stop somewhat above somewhat above an ample reserves level. That's where we are, and we're getting closer to that. We're monitoring it very carefully. We don't think that has at all significant.
I don't understand how some of
macroeconomic
these
effects.
contracts
These are
work, dude.
pretty
This
small numbers moving around inside a giant economy. You know, the number.
Unless
the
my
level of
Robinhood
runoff
is bugged
not,
right now, it's
not
making
very
no
large.
sense.
So I wouldn't attribute macroeconomic consequences to that at this point.
And at his recent confirmation,
Am
hearing,
I looking at
Stephen
the chart
Myron
wrong
brought up
here?
that the
How
Fed
is the
actually has
6,600
3
put
mandates from
going up
Congress,
right now?
Not just jobs and stable
Can
prices,
someone
but
please
also
tell me,
moderate
like,
long-term
is my
interest
Robinhood
rates.
bugged? Like, what am I
What does
watching?
Congress mean
The
by
candles are
moderate
green
long-term
going
interest
up,
rates?
yet
How
the
should we
puts are spiking
understand that
higher.
when
What?
we see the 10-year Treasury moving?
Is
And
anyone
how do
seeing
you think
this?
about this part of the mandate when policy choices like rate
How
cuts
are the
or
calls
balance sheet
going down?
reductions affect
It's
the
like
long end of the
opposite
yield
day.
curve?
What the fuck is going on?
So we always think of it as the dual mandate, maximum employment and price stability, for a long time, because we think moderate long-term interest rates are something that will result from stable inflation, low and stable inflation.
What's going on?
and
The candles are green, yet
So
the puts are going
we
up,
don't-
and the
we
candles
don't
are
have-
red,
we
and
haven't
the
thought
puts are
about
going
that as
down,
a-
and
for a
then it
very
fucking
long
just
time
reverts
as
to. This
a
is the
third
craziest
mandate
thing
that
I've ever
requires
seen in my
independent
life. I
action.
cannot even
So
begin to tell you how
that's where
crazy
that
it is. I've
is.
never seen this before in my
And
life.
there's no
This
no
is so
thought of-
crooked.
As far as I'm
I
concerned,
don't even
there's
want to
no
get in because
thought of
literally up
considering
here
that,
the put was $800 and then it was
considering that we
going lower
somehow
and then here
incorporate that
out of
in as
nowhere
something
here the
in a
put is
different
higher
way.
than what this makes no sense. I can't wrap my head around this.
Thanks, Chair Powell.
It's
Matt
nothing
Egan from
fills
CNN.
even if you try. So
We
markets glitch. Yeah, this
recently
is fucking
learned that
crazy. I don't
average
know how
FICO
anyone's getting
credit
filled in this
scores
shit.
are down this year by 2
This is
points,
the
the most
craziest
since
thing ever.
2009 during the Great Recession, and delinquencies are high for
Algo
car loans,
computers are
personal
going
loans,
nuts
credit
right now. I
cards.
can't even
How
begin to tell you what's
concerned,
going
if
on
at all,
here.
are you about the health of consumer finances, and do you expect today's cut will help?
Look, the time is 3:20.
So, we're aware of that. I think this default rates have been
now the
kind of
puts are that
ticking
line
up, and
that
we
you
do
know, going
watch
on
that.
today.
They're
trading
not at
into
a
close
level.
looks
I don't
like
believe they're at a level where
serious
overall they're
different stuff
terribly
going on.
concerning, but it is something that we watch. Lower rates should support economic
The
activity.
calls are
I don't
going
know that one rate
down
cut will
on a
have,
green candle.
a visible effect on that. But over time, a strong economy with a strong labor market is what we're aiming for, and stable prices. So that should help.
And the puts are going down on a red
This
candle. Like,
rate
yeah,
cut
make
is
this make
coming at
sense.
a time
Yeah,
when
make
the
this
stock
make sense.
market is at or
I'm
near
talking about the stock
all-time
market.
highs, and some valuation metrics are elevated historically. Is there a risk that cutting rates could overheat financial markets, potentially fueling a bubble?
We're tightly focused on our goals, right? And our goals are maximum employment and price stability. And
Yours
so
says
we
they
take
are
the
paying
actions
more
that
on the
w-
green
that we
candles
take
for short entry,
with an eye
right?
on,
Like
on those goals. Separately,
you try to
and
short
that's what we,
in
why
a
we
red
did what we
candle
did
going
today.
down
Separately,
and you
we
lose
monitor
money.
financial stability
Like,
very
what?
carefully. And,
You
know, I
short
would say
in a
it's,
red green candle
it's a
going
mixed
up and
picture,
you
but
make
households
money.
are in
Like,
good shape,
wow.
banks are in good shape. Overall, households are still in good
Something
shape
different.
in the aggregate, and I know
Okay.
that people at the lower end of the income spectrum are under pressure, obviously. But from a financial stability perspective, we monitor that picture.
Throwing
We don't have a
everything
view that there's a right
off.
or wrong level of asset prices for any particular financial asset, but we monitor the whole picture, really looking for structural vulnerabilities, and I would say those are not elevated right now.
Jean, we'll go to you for the last question.
6,603.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. I wanted to ask about inflation expectations.
What a flash though. in the-
You've said
what a
the Fed
recovery,
can't take
man.
the stability of inflation expectations for granted. You mentioned at the short run they've gone up a little bit. I wonder if you can talk a bit about that. And then also at the long run, wondering, do you see evidence that the debate over Fed independence and the growing deficit is putting pressure on inflation expectations?
So, as you said, shorter-term inflation expectations have tended to respond to near-term inflation. So, if inflation goes
We are
up,
at POC.
inflation expectations will predict that it takes just a little while to get back down. Fortunately, throughout this period, longer-term inflation expectations, both break even in the markets, and almost all of the longer-term surveys,
What a
Michigan
day
being a bit of
today.
an outlier lately, have been just rock solid.
Look
in
below,
terms
and
of,
if you don't leave in 1 minute, you get crushed.
running at levels that are
70
consistent with
point
2%
sell-off,
inflation over time. So
reverted.
we don't take that for
75-point
granted.
sell-off,
We
and
actually
a
assume that
60-point buyback. So
our actions have a
100
real effect on that,
150
and
points
that
up
you know
and
we
down.
need to
150
continually
points down and
show
up.
and also discuss our commitment
Unbelievable
to
power
2%
contained
inflation.
today.
And so you'll hear us doing that.
Zero DTs, whatever printed,
But
people left. and
as I
calls were
mentioned,
put.
it's a difficult situation because we have risks that are both affecting the labor market and inflation. Those are our two goals, and
Absolutely.
so we have to balance
They're
those two.
finishing
When
at
they're both
neutral
at
to
risk, we have to
cook off
balance them,
all
and that's
calls and
really what we're
puts.
trying to do. I don't. Your latter part of your question was about independence. I don't see market participants. I don't see that that's something they're factoring in right now in terms of setting interest rates. Thanks very much.
Event has now ended. Thank you. FOMC, Jerome Powell. How is everybody? Are you green? Are you red? Are you thankful for FOMC? Are you mad at FOMC? Alright, let's do a review. What the just happened? 325. We are back where we were at 2. Can you imagine? This just happened in 1 hour. We are back where we were. Right, Fred said green. Halem says hoping it falls overnight. Josh says at 3:30 we go to moon. Tanya says long expiration September 19th. A lot of puts expiring tomorrow too. Remember. Right, I am up 150% on this. I'm holding. Nice. That is beautiful. Did you get the bottom? 255. Nice. I'm sorry. No trades. Said worst day this month. Didn't stick to plan. Steven says I'm super green. Got lucky. Absolutely craziness. Dude, look, the SPX put to call ratio is filled to the brim at every single level. This is absolute madness. And we are truly going for the roof again. Right? Josh says somewhere here that the roof coming, but let's see. I mean, I really don't know. That is a complete V shape. Right? $10 more on SPX. Let's see. 6. Man, if they truly do, then what they did was they set the HOD, so they set the floor, and they break the HOD. So it would be a completely crazy zigzag day, and then it would crush out the puts into close, but it would have crushed out calls. People left, people joined puts, and then yeah, they get, I don't know, man, this is severe. 50-50. Tesla is really rising for the ashes of the depths of Tartarus. Volume is at 90 million today. What a blow off top day, and we're still at the top. Not even a blow off top. It's basically a look below and gap fill and revert in 5 minutes. 250 and 3 marking, neutral point, 255 marking. Actual depths of Tartarus right here. 654, 53 actually touched today, right? People were crying about 655, and they actually did 655. I thought it was impossible today, but I mean, anything possible, I guess, in this market. We are at the 9:30 candle. Q. Time is 3:30. Oh my gosh, what a crazy move. This is truly a crazy day. We are back at 6,615. Oh my god. Oh, yay. Right, market looking bullish into tomorrow. Alright, time for me to grab one. Nah, man. Wow. VIX still high. VIX still high. Day is almost over. 3:30. The VIX is getting crushed to 1542. Alright, market probably about to chill out tomorrow. Did a lot today. I cannot believe it just went all the way back up. we hit 655 and then we went back up. We were at all-time highs, 662, right? And then we went down $7 to 665, and then we just went up $5. So the market literally did a $12 move in 1 hour, right? Down and up, flash crash, and then flash boom up. I think people are bullish into tomorrow now on this move. But yeah, that is. This is the most craziest day in a month. Chopping at least so. Time is 3:32. I'm gonna grab one put for tomorrow. Right. It's 6,600. SPX is going up. I'm scared. SPX. If there is a drop into 415, I'll sell it anyway. But I think people are bullish into tomorrow. The VIX is getting crushed, so we could have a green day tomorrow pop as well. But what a day. Call it a day. SPX is trying to show 6606 close. Right, we gap filled today below, and there's no gap that's significantly close below, and we are closing at all-time highs at the top. Nikkei has done the same thing. Right, tested the bottom resistance and closed at the top, and then pulled back or something. What a day! I took no trades during FOMC. I'm sorry, but I don't really care. I made a fuck ton of money before, and I really don't care. I don't want to lose any money during FOMC, so it is whatever. But I mean, I did sit here and call it out for you guys, right? Hopefully you guys printed. Hopefully you guys did good. But time is 3:35. Time is 3:35. $335. Alright, VIX getting crushed into close. if we do a poll right now to see who is long and who is short into tomorrow, actually, it wouldn't even matter, right? It really depends on who in the world went short when it was at 255 and who in the world went long when it was at 330 or 2. But yeah, nobody knows into tomorrow because it is so volatile showing as well. But what we do know is that we created a range going south now. There is a range from 6,620 to 6,552, which is humongous, but. $355 bouncing to $340. Alright, all-time high push try at the close? I don't know. We'll see. VIX is at 15.67. Dying into close. Alright, all signals show that. Sorry. The VIX about to drop into tomorrow. You can call that a true power hour though. We pumped at 3, right? We pumped, whoa, we pumped exactly at 255.3 and time is 3:37. So at 255 we were at 6,555. We are at 6,607 right now. That is literally a 60-point rally. Okay. Time is 3:40. XPX is flickering red and green right now. This is the previous day 4 p.m. close. If we are above this, SPY is green. If we are below this, SPY is red. 4 p.m. previous day close this is. Okay, the market is now turning red, trying. I ain't gonna lie, if I traded FOMC, I don't know how I would have done. That's crazy. The 654 long was literally a godsend. you just got the long of Google, Powell. You just got the long of everything. Google, Nvidia, Tesla, everything. Right, that is the craziest bounce ever. Super strong with the entire market. The entire market helping. Time is 3:39. Closing at Monday's 9:30 candle. Can you believe it? Look at these. Look at the 5-minute candle coming in crazy during FOMC. Every single 5-minute candle was crazy. Life or death. Right? Every single 5-minute candle was crazy. Now they're trying to go lower off of 340. Let's see if this truly does or not. 340 rejection happening. 330, 340 confirmation rejection happening. If 335 breaks, we're going a little bit lower here. Time is 3:41. Barely going any south. Almost hovering at POC. Waiting. The 30-minute MACD has died bear side. The 1-hour MACD is slightly bearish but got pulled back. The 4-hour is hovering bullish. That is how we are closing today. Right, expect this range to be somehow being played with the next couple of days or tomorrow or something. We will find out. I'm scared it's gonna break high now into tomorrow. Maybe I should leave. This is right, they're burning both sides into close on 0 DTs. Yeah, they did a crazy awesome job burning both sides just now, right? Don't even know how, but yeah, there's now everything's back to neutral point. That's why it looks so crazy. It's going up and down, nobody knows. Yeah, tomorrow initial jobless claims coming out. U.S. economic news, initial jobless claims at 8:30 in the morning, Thursday. Is anybody long or short into tomorrow? Let's see. Alright, those of you that are here, show me, is anyone long or short into tomorrow or the day after that? I just want to take one, and I'm probably going to leave it to market close anyway, but yeah. 4, 4 is coming in 15 minutes. 3:45, and they're not doing anything intraday. They're just staying. Right? It's 100%. We did not go all the way to the HOD, but this is basically as if the move never happened. So, opportunity to go short, opportunity to go long. 345. Okay. LSA said tomorrow, yeah, made enough today, so you're not in. Tanya says long expiring Friday. Syed says SPY calls 2DT and puts September 30th. Okay. 345. It's rejecting slightly. 350 is here in 50 seconds. Let's see if POC holds or VWAP holds, I mean. Someone said triple witching on Friday, yeah. Time is 3:50 in 11 seconds. $3.50. Someone check the SPY volume now. Is it normal? Is it small? $3.50 bouncing. Cycle is so tight. A lot of cycles. That's nasty. Can't even go lower. We are hovering at the 9:30 a.m. candle that we were playing with the entirety of the day yesterday and on Monday. Yellow box. Tomorrow we could open up and be here too. Yellow box. We could break out, we could break down and come back right to it. 6,607. Really loves it. 6604, 6610. Right, this box is also used during futures times too, like 4 a.m., 2 a.m. It's basically market using it until they don't, right? They use it 3 days in a row. Even though we broke down to 655, we came right back up to it, so using it until the end. That is the craziest 1 hour candle I've ever seen in my life. You guys cannot disagree with me. That is the craziest 1 hour candle ever. 66615. Okay. 6,551. Right back up to it, and we 1, 2, 3, 4 days it basically covers. Right, doji candle is here. 350. If they show down another red candle, I'm leaving. If they go somewhere here, I'm leaving. I don't care. Candle coming in. Neutral. Candle coming in, crap. Yeah, basically this 1 hour doji candle is the first time FOMC people are seeing this too in their lives basically. And then before FOMC was futures chopping down, slightly, ever so slightly, right? So what a day today. What a day today, folks. Look at that drop in the morning. Look at that chop city, right? And then bumped up, bump, drop, even bigger drop, bump. Crazy. Time is 3:51. They're showing lower. They're just not going lower because of 0 DTE, honestly. This shit is horseshit crap. Horseshit crap. Time is 3:52. I'm gonna leave right now. $2,220 out. I'm out. I'm not holding shit into tomorrow. I'm done. I don't care. I'll take $150 real quick for dinner money. Bye-bye. All right, market over, guys. I ain't holding shit into tomorrow. I'm not doing overnight. Swing trading's done for me too for quite a while. I promised myself. I'm done. Real quick, 6,605 too. 6597. All right, real quick. 1 DT. I'm done. Time is 3:55. The market is closing. Market is closing. Oh my lord, what a day. What a day. Hit the like button as you guys head out today, right? Great day. Great day. See you guys tomorrow, Thursday. Market closing in 7 minutes. I mean, I don't know. They could go down tomorrow. They could not, right? This shit is wild, so I don't want to take the risk either. They did show 50 points in the last 30 minutes, so I mean, probably people are thinking lower. People probably thinking higher above the algo range. Probably they're gonna do both somehow. So we'll figure it out. Time is 3:55. We are 6:59. We have visited 660, 62. It's crazy how we play with $1 or $2 range, and then now we broke out like $10 range or some stupid stuff, yeah. 7 or $8 range. 3:55. Things aren't now released enough to go up and down like nothing. Thank God I left. What in the hell? What in the helly? What in the helly is that bounce? The market wants to revisit 9:30 Monday. Close it like the day it is. This has been the week so far, guys. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and tomorrow. Absolute. It's absolute market power. Right, people wanted to visit 655 so damn much that they really could have. They had to. But that is wild how they did that. PM close. MACD pulling back. 5 minute, 15 minute looking bullish. The 30 minute looking still bearish. The 1 hour still looking bearish. Look at the 1 hour coming in bearish at the end. This could still might be bearish, right? The MACD pulling back bullish. So things looking confusing as fuck into tomorrow as well. And the market is closing at 6,596. We are going lower into. Time is still 3:55 into 3:59. Time is still 3:55 into 3:59, and the market is slowly starting to lose it into close. Two more minutes. 2 more minutes. $3.57. A minute and 42 seconds left until market closes. We are closing right below the POC. Right below the POC. I don't know, guys. All I would say is it's better, right? Statistically speaking here, it's better to not think that there's going to be a drop into tomorrow, because there was a massive drop today, meaning there's probably still a ton of bears stuck at the bottom. There's probably still a ton of calls at 2 p.m., you know, so yeah, I don't know. Tomorrow, maybe not going to drop. I thought it was like, this is what I was thinking. They're going to drop into 4.15, and then they might revert it after 4.15, so. Time is 4. Now they're showing bearish into close from the top, so that's not, you know, easy money either. However, the higher time frame is showing that we're bearish and we're closing at the true top, 6,613 again. We visited, so some crazy people are out there shorting again into I don't know what time frame, but yeah, some crazy people thinking like, oh, we're gonna drop more tomorrow, right? Well, I mean, we really don't know. All we do know is they get a gap filled below, so they don't have to drop tomorrow. The market is more stable than not, right? This gap was the biggest gap that I was thinking that has to fill Friday, and we filled that big time today. The only other gap that exists below, there's 2 more gaps that exist below. However, we have filled the major one and another one below there, down there, so we'll figure that out later. But right now, market is closing like this, the 1 hour candle. We are having a big doji candle from it, 130. That could mean algo range. We're having a big candle, algo range 230 as well. I have no idea. We could go down, test the bottom, bounce back up. We could open tomorrow up here, breakout. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. Okay, I am not in short for tomorrow. I am not in long for tomorrow. I am gonna go chill. Time is 3:55, 4 p.m. Market closed 6:58:52. Alright, QQQ. That's at 589. Alright. Market is closed. Done. Alright, donezo. Hopefully you guys all did great. I had a great fucking day today, so happy as hell. Alright, bye-bye. 6,600. Crazy work today. Fucking crazy work today. Amazing.